YouTube, we started Instagram, we started Twitter, Spaces, as well as a bunch of other shit. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get the website in here, as well as a bunch of other shit. Oh, something I forgot to do. There's always one little thing, right? Actually, two things. Like if I don't want to lose everything halfway through the podcast, I think it will behoove me to go ahead and plug in my power cord. Alright, power cord is set. And now let's push to the website. And it looks like everybody is... Oh, shit. Oh, not right now. Okay. No website today. So let's go ahead and get things popping. Let's start this motherfucker up. I don't need no goddamn help. What I do need is for the show to start. The levels is good. The levels is good. Alright, I'm gonna trust you. What a boy.
Okay. Big man, you wanna hear some hot takes? Let's see how woke you are. You know something about podcasts? Yo, dígame. You kidding me or what, man? I got these 3 drunk uncles with a sports podcast. They say they got fire takes, pure fuego. You find them wherever you listen to podcasts at. If it's what they say it is, you like and you subscribe. Listen, like, and subscribe, yeah. You know how to call into the show? Yeah, man, do the Podbean app. You'll need headphones with a mic to call in. That's no problem, man. They'll also be at Sharky's, 8:07 p.m. on the first Wednesdays of the month. You may get some free Blue Chew. And they keep receipts, so if anything happens in the sports world, MyT's gonna drop a take faster than a rabbit gets fucked. There's only 3 things I have in this world. My word, my balls, and this podcast. And I don't break them for nobody.
Nobody.
MyT Sports Season 7.
Good evening, and welcome back to another edition of the MyT Sports Podcast. I am your host, the one and only Untitled Chapter. It is another Fuego day. Oh shit! In the hottest city in the world. They said we was gonna have highs today of 89, lows today of 75. Current temperature right now, 80 degrees. Current temperature right now, 80 degrees, and none of that matters. It's another big day on the MyT Sports Podcast. Another big day in sports. Another day for me and you to go ahead and chop it up like we've never chopped it up before. Hope you guys ready for what we have in store today. I hope you guys are trying a couple of things out. You have to bear with me. But boy, we have a big show for you guys today, folks. Of course, we know we're going to talk about the NBA player options, folks. Those have already started to take fold, and players are already starting to opt in. I think you could imagine some of the most notorious people that are opting. Probably some of the people that you wishing like, yo, get the fuck off of my team already. Nope, them niggas is here to stay. Because why would they turn down all that guaranteed money to do nothing? We're going to give you another Blue Chew promo code to help you out with this hump day, if you know what I'm saying. Folks, the petty tour has continued. We're going to get into that. Roger Goodell basically says that he is powerless. We have the NBA draft coming up tomorrow, right? We got the birthday celebration coming up in just a few minutes, right? We got players being robbed. We have the Washington Commanders, their commander-in-chiefs, right? He is unavailable. We have trade proposals already happening. We got Brittany Griner news as always, right? We got NFL players dying on us. We have all that and more right here on the MyT Sports Podcast coming at you in a few minutes. But folks, you guys already know what we say here. Regardless of the time.
Take that, take that, take that.
And regardless of the weather.
But we did what we do. Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby. That's what we do.
It is always a good time to talk sports. So let me do it in the way that my niece loves. So can you hear me now, Ronnie? Let's start talking. Woo! Back at it like a sports fanatic. MyT Sports. You know what? Everybody keep telling me they can't hear me live. I wonder if Instagram did some shit to my live. Cause they're like, yo, every fifth time you go live, we got copyright issue. I don't do that shit on purpose, B. I forget. Like honestly, I forget. Sometimes it's just the environment that I'm in, and I can't control that shit. IG, like seriously, listen to me, my G, IG, listen to me, all of you, right? And then there's sometimes I forget that I'm still recording at the end of the podcast, and then what happens is that you guys end up catching whatever the fuck that I'm naturally watching. Or that I'm looking at. Like right now, I got the Yankees game on. It's top of the sixth. Yankees are losing 4-2 to the Tampa Bay Rays. They lost yesterday's game too. So the last time we was on the air, they lost that game too. That shit left a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not too happy right now. I'm not a fan of this shit. Yo, the Met Black Yankees helmets though. Fuego! All right. Let's go ahead and continue with the MyT Sports Podcast. Like I told you, folks, this is officially Volume 7, Episode 113, Track 446 of the MyT Sports Podcast. Welcome to the show. I already told you this was a good time to talk some sports, and we gonna talk sports in long and in shorts, all of that shit, B. Now, let's go ahead and do what we do. If this is your first time, hell, I want to do our welcome, and I appreciate you liking, sharing, commenting, and subscribing to the MyT Sports Podcast. If you want to call into the podcast, go ahead and download. Listen, we got a link in the bio. You go down and download the Podbean app, right? The Podbean app is where we have our call-in line through. So if you ever want to join the show, that's how you'll join the podcast as well. That is the only way we accept call-ins. You see me on Facebook, you try to join, not joining. You see me on Twitter Spaces, you trying to join, not joining. You see me on Twitch, you try to call up and join, and not joining. You see me on Instagram, trying to get in and join, not joining it. But I have a reserved line. Podbean. Go ahead and you call in through there. That's why you hear everybody come through. Natalie, all of the regulars. You know, the ones that you could recognize. Natalie, Chill Will, Ronnie. Like they all come through. They all come through. So make sure you guys come through as well. Like I said, regardless of how you listen, I do appreciate it. I'm kind of upset. The feed. Well, let me make sure I don't say this. Ooh. Hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now. I know I'm wildin', but okay. So let me let you know why I got upset. I think that finally, the link that I was using to watch the NBA Finals, so seductive. I'm sorry. I started sipping on the drink that I'm supposed to be waiting. I never knew what this section was for. I'm about to look at some shit real quick. Yeah, I'm over here sipping on the drink that I'm supposed to be waiting for the waiting to sip on when the birthday party starts. Forgive me. I had to taste it though. I had to make sure it was right. I had to make sure I had the proper alcohol to juice, the juice ratio, the proper lemonade to vodka ratio. I'm still a big vodka lover. Like Germany really did that shit to me, right? Like as I'm about to give a birthday shout out to one of my homegirls, one of my sisters, you know what I mean, one of my army battle buddies that I met in Germany. Like, but Germany really did that to me. I'm not gonna lie. Before Germany, I was the stereotypical black man. All I fucked was dark, whether it was my liquor or my women. All right. Yo, I think the Liberty are playing. Okay, Google, what WNBA games are on right now?
The Mercury will play the Lynx tomorrow at 8 p.m.
No, right now.
The Fever will take on the Wings at 8 p.m. The Mystics will play the Storm at 10 p.m.
Yeah, I think I've officially lost all of my. I think they officially lost the feed to my basketball, to the NBA Finals, Game 6. I think they've officially shifted gears and are giving me either no feeds or everything WNBA related. Ooh, which I can't wait. I can't wait. Seriously, I can't wait. Because this Friday, not only will we... So, I got to warn you about this Friday. This Friday, we may not have a podcast. If we do have a podcast, it's going to be a very brief podcast between probably 5:30 and 6:30. And all we're going to do is talk draft, probably. It's my niece's graduation party. Sorry, I can't miss it. Which I'm telling you right now, I can't say I got lucky by catching COVID, because I think me catching COVID is what gave what gave her grandmother COVID, and my mother as well. Who knows? We don't know if the chicken or the egg came first. I mean, I don't know if my mother gave me COVID or if I gave my mother COVID. My mother was hanging around with some unsavory elders. You know, they were at the bingo hall. You know what I mean, swapping numbers. You know, swapping prescriptions. And she came back. Well, I'm joking. My mom don't go to the bingo hall. Like I am 100% wilding. But damn. Did I lose the train already? Sitting on the dock of the bay. Yeah, so it worked out in my favor that, in a sense, ooh, I found it. All right, it worked in my favor in a sense that I guess we had to, that because I gave her grandmother COVID, they had to also postpone that party because of that. And so, what was supposed to be a party I was going to miss, I'm now gonna catch. And not for nothing. Not only did I want to be there, but it was heard that the family, you know what I mean, really wanted me to be there as well. So of course, naturally, you know what I'm saying? Like, naturally. I had, you know, now that I'm healthy, I have to be there. Welcome to everybody listening to the podcast again. I see you people joining I see everybody joining from Podbean, from Instagram Space, not Instagram, from Twitter Spaces. I see the questions popping up on Instagram. I see you guys coming up on YouTube. I'll see here in a second if Twitch. See, I see the Liberty game. I see the fact they're supposed to be playing the Liberty. Oh, you know why? I'm tripping. You know why I can't find my goddamn game? Because I'm going to live games. I need to go to replays. That's why I can't find my goddamn basketball game that I'm trying to look for. Shit. You know what? I'm over here doing sober shit. let me go ahead and get this birthday party out the way so we can start getting lit, right? And I'll explain to you what I mean, what I'm doing over here doing sober shit. I think you guys know what I mean, but we'll talk about it in a minute. Like my boy Chill Will likes to say, because you know Chill Will doesn't like to be left out of any podcast, right? Listen, not for nothing. Out of all of the drunk uncles and all of the drunk aunties, Chill Will is the most consistent drunk Tios and Tia of the podcast. So I don't mind that he gets a little perturbed, right, when he's not involved in the podcast. It's okay, I get it. I got you. So like my boy Chill Will likes to say, hey yo DJ MyT, drop that beat. Listen, this is what I'm going to tell you to do. I should have given you should have had enough time already, right? This is what I'm going to get you to do. Go ahead and pull up your drink, right? If you don't have your drink ready. Alright? If you don't have your joint already rolled up, or your blunt already rolled up, I don't know if you're going to have adequate time to get it ready, right? Some of you are super fast, right? Super fast. Fast as fluff, boy. Fast as fluff. Fast as fluff, boy. Fast as fluff. Right? Some of you are super fast. Right? And so maybe I can store enough time for you to be able to roll up. But for you people out there, pull your drink up, go downstairs, go grab your beer, pop that shit open. Right? Roll up your spliff, roll up your joint, roll up your blunt. I know if you smoke out of a bowl or a bong, I've given you more than enough time to go ahead and pop that bong, pop that bong, pop that, pop that, I know you had more than enough time, so go ahead and get that, done, and let's go ahead and get this birthday party started, right? So before I sing my song, which I'm gonna sing twice for you if it's your first time, man. I'm gonna sing it once so you can understand, so you can catch the birthday song. And then the second time, it's so that you can join in. Because why sing my song if you can't sing along? You ready? I'm gonna get one of those bouncing balls. Watch. Next season, I'm getting you a bouncing ball. I'm getting you an orange and blue fucking bouncing ball. Ready? Check it. Yeah. Check it. Yeah. You like that? I like that. You like that? I like that. Because, yeah, it's your birthday. We said it's your birthday. Check it. Yeah. Check it. Yeah. Because it's your birthday. We sing happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You guys caught that? Hope you did. Because it's no more practice anymore. We're going live fire. So what I want you to do is go ahead and click your vocals from safety onto fire. And let's start this, right? Because, yeah, it's your birthday. We said it's your birthday. 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 Because it's your birthday. We sing happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I only have one birthday to celebrate. And it's a birthday actually today on June 2. And I'm going to let you know this right now. I couldn't be more happier to be able to go ahead and isolate this one birthday out of all of the birthdays that we have celebrated on the MyT Sports Podcast, right? These are one of the birthdays I'm really happy to be able to isolate. What's going on? I see you popping on this podcast. If you're listening on the Podbean app, that means you join us through the call-in line. The phone lines will be open in just a few. But if you know somebody that had a birthday yesterday or today, go ahead and drop their name in there. We'll go ahead and include them in our birthday shout-outs. But I am more than happy that I only know personally one individual that had a birthday since the last time that we was on the air. Right? And their birthday wasn't yesterday. Their birthday wasn't over the weekend. Their birthday is actually today. And what makes it even better, that and I'm not just saying all this because because she is one of my battle buddies. I'm not saying this because she is one of my sisters. I'm not saying this because she is a bona fide actress, but she's a, you know what I mean? She's a badass mother. I'm not saying this because she's a soothsayer. She like that. That's a joke between you, right? I'm saying all of this because she is also one of my Cancerian sisters. Yes, folks, her birthday pops off the beginning of Cancer season. So Escobar season Cancer season has arrived. Yeah. Welcome to the Cancer Invitational. Hold on one second. Cut that beat. Welcome to the Cancer Invitational. It's what we do. Right, so Audrey Carpenter, my homie, my homegirl, my brethren, my sister, my battle buddy, actress, producer, apparel designer, or designer I should say, mother. Whew. Cause I know them single mother battles are rough. And I know that you had to go through and I know you had to go through one. Wait, that ain't him. That nigga is jacked suddenly. Shit. If he ain't on the roids, then he put them 14 years to good use. But you know what though? This is also, I'm looking at a picture of Kyle Farnsworth then and now. I'm watching the Yankees and Rays game from the back. And he is jacked compared to what he looked like 14 years ago. Which I hope that could be me eventually. Like one day we go down the line and I turn 50 and you be like, yo, this nigga did not look like this at 36. Yo, nigga, you pumping them roids? I'm like, I ain't pumping roids. I'm just pumping iron, baby. Ooh, yeah. Sorry. That shit took her straight on the throat. So, like I said, Audrey, love her. Audrey's a special person to me. She really is. A special person near and dear to my heart. Right, her firstborn. I'm not gonna say that's named after me. Sorry, I said it. Right, that she is named after me, but her firstborn is named. We share a name. So I'm giving your mom a birthday shout out. I want to give a shout out to Tony as well. I apologize to the rest of you. I don't really know your names. I apologize. Like I ain't trying to be an asshole. Like yo, nigga, this nigga gonna leave us out. Like, you know, you understand? Like, my long-term memory is more shot than anything. They said pop like fucks up your short-term memory. I doubt that. But my long-term memory, I see, really what it is that whether you do anything or not, you start cramming so much crap into your brain that it really is. It really starts to become like an accounting system, like last in, first out. Like seriously, LIFO. If you ever took an accounting class, you guys would know what I'm talking about. Right, or budgeting class. Like seriously, it's some LIFO shit. It's last in, first out. It's not first in, first out for me. I'm not a FIFO person. I'm a LIFO person when it comes to my memory. Yes! Check it. Folks, Aaron Judge just hit a... hold on. You know what though? Let's give it this proper. Aaron Judge just hit a solo home run to reduce the Yankees' lead in half. It is now 4-3. Right, so you guys join me in wishing Audrey a happy birthday, right? So I want to get into such a big soliloquy about her, right? That's how much I love this girl, right? I want to wish her a happy birthday. I hope she party hard. Hope you enjoy everything. Regret nothing, obviously, because cancers don't regret shit, right? You keep our balance. More importantly, you get your weekend that earnings on. So you know what I mean? This weekend too, and you continue to stay. Love you, girl. Alright. Hey, yo, DJ MyT, cut that beat. You know, I should let you keep on running. Let him run. So I can finish talking. I'm gonna finish talking about it. No, seriously. Audrey Carpenter, like one of the closest people that one of the people I probably got the closest to when I was in Germany. Right? Like I said, we were both cancers. Like, yeah, and I was always super duper inviting when it came to and I'm gonna call you all my soldiers, right? Bear with me. Yeah. But when it came to all of my soldiers, especially when they were new soldiers, right? When all of my soldiers when they first got to their duty station, right? I was very inviting and I made sure they felt very comfortable. One of the first things I did to everybody, whether this was your first duty station, it was your first duty station or not, I told them off the bat, listen, I'm tailoring the office, right? When we in these barracks, or once we take this jacket off, you call me Tony, right? What's your first? What's your name? She was like, Carpenter. I'm like, I could fucking read. I ain't asked you for the goddamn print on your goddamn jacket, right? I'm not trying to look at your chest. What's your name? Oh, there we go. Bond is built. I didn't just do it for my soldiers though. I'm gonna let you know this now. I didn't just do this for my soldiers. I'm the person that did this for everybody, especially people in my building. But I did this towards everybody. So I built a bond with so many different people just because I was like, nah, I want to know your first name. Fuck that. I can see your last name. I can read that shit. What's your first name, pimpin'? Because when we got this uniform, I don't want to call you by your last name. I ain't gonna lie though. Listen. You know how they say, like, see, and this is why they always say that sports and the military sometimes are so closely knitted, right? You know how a lot of players are, or how they go about their business in their league, right? Sometimes it's really heavily dependent on the kind of vet that they had, right? The kind of old head, the kind of, you know what I mean? The kind of experienced play that they had that was shown in the ropes. That particular nugget, I'm realizing this, happened to be, I got from my lead, from my old head, right? From one of my vets when I got to the military, like Vaughn Carroll. And I'm gonna say the full name, like, cause yo, Roger, big dog, yo, that's my big homie right there. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you something too. I feel like the way that we grew up back in those days, your homie wasn't your homie unless you guys wanted to fight each other at least one time. Seriously. Like, I know a lot of other niggas, like, they got along without ever getting to that point. But I feel like your homies ain't your homies unless you guys are about to fight at least one time. Because, yo, you could never have love for, like, sometimes to have so much love for a person means that you also want to rip their fucking head off. And nothing speaks to the amount of love that you have for them, but after you want to rip their fucking head off, that you'll still go to the end of the earth for them. Love is love. Love is love. Love. So it's one of the things like I did in Germany all the time. Like and even so, but I got that from my old head, right? From my influencer, right? From my vet, Vaughn Carroll. And I never forget the moment. We were at the mall, and I think we was at the sneaker store. And I was like, hey, yo, Carroll. He was like, yo, hey, yo, pause my lip. You know, we ain't talk different like that. But he was like, whoa, young buck, calm down. Like, yo, me calling me that shit in public, man. The fuck is wrong with you? Yo, seriously. And at first I was thinking, alright, this nigga's name is Carroll, right? Last name is Carroll. That he don't want to be called Carroll in public, you know, feminine name for, and he's a big dude, you know what I mean? Like balls and everything, right? But a feminine name for a big dude. He's like, yo, fuck that. Don't call me Carol and shit. I'm not going to respond to that. Right? That's what my brain initially went to. And as he's like, yo, young buck, yo, calm down. Don't be calling me Carol out in public. Be like, yo, you gonna leave that government shit like at fucking base, yo. You call me fucking Vaughn here. Like, there's no reason to call me by my last name when we are not in uniform or not on. And that shit stuck with me. And that's how I treated everybody else after that. Especially when I was the old head, when I was the veteran, when I was the experienced soldier. And I ain't gonna lie, even though there may have been people that were in the service about the same amount of time as me, when I got to Germany, I considered myself more experienced because I was at Fort Bragg, which was an airborne base, and everybody there is an asshole, and they like to go 100 and 150% for no goddamn reason all the goddamn time. Nigga, we go 110%. These niggas want to go 150. Because them niggas is whore. But if you want to talk about individuals that are truly who, again, I want to give a birthday shout out to Audrey Carpenter, because this whole entire soliloquy is because, honestly, like, her birthday is forcing me to go ahead and remember all of the great things that revolved our time in Germany. So again, shout out to you, shout out to Tony, shout out to listen, and Tony, you get a personal shout out. Like, one, because the only name that I remember, and two, you were created while I was still in the military. So like you are the military baby. Like you are the. And listen, people. For some of you guys that I see some of these comments, no, I ain't the pappy. Okay, I know the pappy though. I do know the pappy. He's one of my Jamaican brethren. I do know the pappy. Oh my God, I used to love and hate playing against him in basketball because he wasn't better than me, but he was more athletic than me, which made it more challenging. It was a wonderful thing. It was a wonderful thing. But it was our birthday shout. Like I said, folks, what we do here, we like to start off every single podcast with a birthday celebration. Because before we get into the sports, lay your head on your pillow, put on the podcast, and just relax, because this pod's made for you. I'm telling you, there's so many play on words, like, so that you can have. NBA Finals, Marcus Smart's been averaging. Damn, I did not know that Marcus Smart was averaging 16 points per game in the NBA Finals. 45% shooting, 41% shooting from 3-point range, and 4 assists per game. So yeah, them niggas really snatched their hearts out in that last game. Because everybody underperformed except for the one individual that came out in the media and said, I'm not scared. And we was wondering, why the fuck you come out to much you're not scared? Nobody asked you if you were scared. Now we realize he was talking to his teammates, one. And he was put in a situation like, I ain't scared. He was holding himself accountable. And that accountability showed that, I ain't scared. I'm the only person on my team that balled the fuck out. Some people may have balled. Some people may have just been out. Some people may have just been fucked. But he's the only person that balled the fuck out. Big ass McDonald's straw. Fucking every time I fucking drink, my drink is a goddamn gulp. But you know what? I'm loving it. That is not your line, bitch. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. But that is one of my favorite TikTok feeds right now. Is the "that is not your line, bitch" guy. Like, seriously. Seriously. Every time I cross my line. Oh wait, no, I can't sing that song. But seriously, that is 100% one of my favorite feeds to watch on TikTok. And listen, as we talk about TikTok, stop. I gotta start. You know what I gotta do? I gotta put my overall volume all the way down. So when I open up other feeds and shit, right? That, excuse me. Yo, B! What is wrong with you? Yo, see? Hold on one second. I was just talking about this, right? Okay, there we go. I was just talking about, okay, I need to turn this shit the fuck down. Because I can't be having it doing all kinds of random shit. Like, it can't be playing fucking songs and shit like that. Because, that shit gets copyrighted. And next thing you know, Instagram's mad at me again. And I hate having Instagram mad at me. I'd rather have my girl mad at me than Instagram mad at me. Cause at least Instagram can make me some money. My girl just takes money. Take money, take money, make money, make money. Let's get into our mighty. Let's get into our first topic of the day. And if you guys don't know, we have a first topic of the day, and then we have an honorary MyT topic of the day, which always supersedes our first topic of the day, just because it may be something that we really have to make sure that we get into and we have to talk about before we really talk about any other conventional sports. And our MyT topic of the day has been our MyT topic of the day for about now the last 123 days. What are we talking about, folks? We're talking about Brittney Griner, folks. Yes, folks, Brittney Griner, again, as we start off every single podcast that we have been doing now for, what is this now, 109 days easily? And that is starting off the podcast talking about Brittney Griner and about her current situation. If you guys don't know, Brittney Griner is currently she is currently a hostage being held against her will by Russia on trumped up weed charges. She is being wrongfully detained. If she is found guilty, she can serve up to 10 years in Russian prison. All right, she is trying to be leveraged as a political prisoner so that Russia could try to free up one of their illegal arms dealers. If you don't know who Brittney Griner is one of the baddest motherfuckers to pick up a basketball period. She is a WNBA star. Not just star. We're talking about megastar, not just megastar. I always tell people this. If you want to compare her to anybody that you may know, compare to maybe a Kevin Garnett. Not only is she a champion, she's a 7-time All-Star, 2-time scoring champion, 8-time block leader, which is unheard of in any league, folks. She is a 2-time peak performer, 3-time NBA first team, 3-time WNBA second team, 2-time defensive player of the year, 3-time defensive first team, 4-time defensive second team. She was on the all-rookie team. She should have won Rookie of the Year, to be honest with you. NCAA champ, most outstanding player of the year, AP player of the year, 3-time Big 12 player of the year, 4-time defensive player of the year, high school player of the year. I'm telling you, Shorty's been balling since she was a jit, folks. And also, she's the 3rd player in WNBA history to ever dunk a ball in the game. Yes, folks, that is Brittney Griner. And, folks, currently, we just learned that she has been named an honorary All-Star to the 2022 WNBA All-Star team. Dig up. Brittney Griner, folks. Keep her in your thoughts and prayers. Whatever deity that you use to inspire hope, go ahead and just keep her in those thoughts and prayers, and let's hope that she gets a speedy and also a safe return home. I thought that was pretty fucking cool. And you know what? Not for nothing, I didn't expect anything less, to be honest with you, right? I didn't expect anything less from the WNBA, that is. Because they're always one of those, they're one of those organizations that's always in the forefront of change, right? Of voicing your opinion, of taking action. They're always one of those first ones. The fuck is this? The fuck am I seeing? Sorry, I am highly distracted now by some of the tiki talks that are popping up in front of my face. Let's pop that shit the fuck down. Right, yeah, I thought, right, so I didn't really expect anything less of the WNBA making her an honorary All-Star. Also making an All-Star team as the WNBA All-Star team has been, you know what, and I did not pull that up yet. But not only is Brittney Griner being named an honorary All-Star, they've shown Aaron Judge right now with 27 home runs. Listen, let me say this to you. I want Aaron Judge fully to break the home run record, but not just the Fugazi. I should say. Wait. Let me back that up. Not just the pure home run record. I also want him to break the Fugazi home run record as well too. Like, I want him to unequivocally, unmatched, right? To be the overall all-time home run leader. Also, listen, not for nothing. I think we talked about this already. That happens, and we're talking about the Yankees having a great season. But not only continue to have a great season like they already have, but we're talking about an extra $150 million on top of the taco. Shit, hungry. For Aaron Judge. Like I said, speaking of All-Stars. But yeah, so the WNBA have officially announced their All-Star teams, right? Where they've announced, okay, so it looks like we have in the running Kelsey Plum, Jackie Young, we have Sabrina Ionescu from New York. Sorry, Jackie Plum from Las Vegas, Kelsey Plum from Las Vegas, Jackie Young from Las Vegas. I don't know what if I said Young. We have Sue Bird over here from Seattle making it, and I really wanted to talk about her more than anybody else, to be honest with you, right? Sorry, right? Because I mean, there's Emma Meserman from Chicago in there, and Tina Charles from Phoenix, and Ella Deladon from Washington, and De'Erica Hamby from Las Vegas. Right, we have Candace Parker from Chicago. Candace Parker was the second woman in WNBA history to have a dunk a ball in the game. We have Jonquil Jones from Connecticut, and Nika Ngumake from Los Angeles, right? We have Sylvia Fowles from Minnesota, Breonna Stewart from Seattle, A.J. Wilson from Las Vegas, Kelsey Mitchell from Indiana, Ryan Howard from Atlanta, Courtney Vandersloot from Chicago. Damn, she's on Chicago. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I don't know why I thought Vandersloot was playing with Washington. Maybe she was. I gotta see if she got traded. But no, she was with Chicago. She was with Chicago because she was on the team when Candace Parker won the championship. Right? We have Erica Ongumawali. Right? We have Skylar Diggins Smith as well. We have June Long from Seattle. Sorry, Erica's from Dallas. Right, Dallas Diggins Smith, she plays with Phoenix as obviously, and then back to Sue Bird from Seattle. As you guys may or may not know, Sue Bird has officially announced her retirement of her illustrious career, which she has played with the Seattle Storm. Jeez, the Seattle Storm all of her career. Well, also with this All-Star selection, she is now making a record-breaking, right? And I shouldn't even say it's a record-breaking because she that came off his ankle, right? She has broken this record already. She's added onto a record that she already has broken, but she is on her way to a record-breaking and a record-making and a record-setting, right? 13th All-Star game, and it's gonna end at 13th if she's mentioned that this is gonna be her last All-Star game. So I'm telling you right now, Sue Bird is also one of those people. If she decided to play for 5 more years, if she averaged 2 points per game, the fans will find a way to vote her in. I'm telling you that right now. Sue Bird, Diana Taurasi, I am actually kind of surprised. Hold on. I was Tiana, right? Voted to start, right? Tiebreaker. Okay, so voted to start. Let's see who got the starting position. Candace Parker got the starting position from Chicago. Jonquil Jones got the starting position from Connecticut, right? Nika Ngumake got the starting position. Sylvia Fowles got the starting position, and these are the front court individuals, right? Breonna Stewart got the front court start. And A.J. Wilson also got a start as well. And as far as the guards go, It's Sue Bird, Sabrina Ionescu. Shout out to New York doing their damn thing, right? And then the two guards from Vegas, Jackie Young and Kelsey Plum, they're also getting a nod as well. And let's see here, Sue Bird. Sue Bird was third amongst fan votes. Not surprised. Number 1 was Kelsey Plum and number 2 was Jackie Young. In the media rank, Sue Bird was 9th. In the player rank, Sue Bird was 7th. See what I mean here? Sue Bird was one of those people that as long as she's in the league, if she's averaging 2 points per game, the fans will find a way to vote her in. I'm surprised Candace Parker wasn't higher. Okay, so they did break it up by things. So Candace Parker was third amongst front court players to get the highest fan votes. 7th amongst media, and 13th amongst players. So she's another one that, listen, she probably got that starter position because of all of the fan attention. Now, ironically, like people like Kelsey Plum, Jackie Young, Aja Wilson, and Breonna Stewart, it was almost a consensus, right, when it came to the fan, media, and player rankings, right, of player votes, that they were either going to be 1 or 2. Kelsey Plum, when it came to guards, she received the most votes from the fans, the media, and the players. And Jackie Young received the second amount of votes from the fans, media, and players. And I already told you Sue Bird's numbers. And then Sabrina Ionescu, right? She was 6th in fan voting, 4th in media voting, and 5th in the player rankings. Now, when it comes down to the front court women, right? We have Aja Wilson, who was number 1 in fan voting, number 2 in media ranks, right? And then she was 1st in the player ranks. And then Breonna Stewart was 2nd in fan ranks, 1st in media rank, and 2nd in player rank. So there goes the first 2. Like I said, it was almost consensus that those two individuals going to be there. And then you can see that the third individual that got voted in, right? And in this particular, especially from the fans, right? That person was a household name. In both instances, when it comes to the guards and when it comes to the backcourt, we see Sue Bird getting the 3rd most fan votes, and also Candace Parker getting the 3rd most fan votes. And that's what really helped them become starters. Because Candace Parker, the very last starter when it comes to front court players. Very last. And Sue Bird, the very last guard to get the starting spot. So both of them, you can see, okay, you were top 3 and granted, not for nothing, right? Kudos to them. That's what the fans like. See, people like. I understand when some purists of some other sports talk about like, man, I don't know why the fan vote me even matters like that. And they put this person only got it because of the fans, man. The fans. You realize this whole entire infrastructure is because of the fans. So, if the fans have a couple of people that they voted on the most, I would like to give that vote a little bit extra oomph when it comes to trying to make that person a starter for the All-Star game. We ain't talking about, well, I shouldn't say we ain't talking about their money here, because sometimes money is determined based off how many All-Star appearances that you make. But still, we're talking about the All-Star game here, right? So, the fact that they put in 2 of the top fan favorites in the All-Star starters, of course, because they let them know that those are 2 of the individuals, regardless of what the media thinks, regardless of what all the players think, regardless of what you think about anything else, we want to see them. They are fan favorites. It says the All-Star game is the All-Star weekend. It's the reason why Kevin Hart is there, and it's the reason why Chris Brown is there, and fucking J. Cole and all these other individuals. It's the All-Star weekend. It's a fan affair. As much as it is highlighting your best players, it's also a fan affair. So yeah, I'm all for it. And plus, it's Candace Parker and Sue fucking Bird. You telling me you don't want to see as much of them as possible? Man, you guys are tripping. You guys are tripping. But again, more than anything else, it was really a really good thing to see, right? It was really fucking cool to see them vote Breonna Stewart as an honorary All-Star. And we know, like, WNBA, they do this a lot. The NBA is usually good on this kind of stuff. Like, and we see it during the draft. Like, the draft is tomorrow, where they normally draft an honorary person who probably isn't going to make it to the NBA. Like the guy with one arm and the guy with one eye. And honestly, the guy with one eye, we just saw in the Big Three bowling. I wouldn't be surprised if I seen him in the basketball tournament in the offseason. They didn't have a Dykeman's tournament as well, too. Seriously. They really should. I would like to see that as well. Let's see, folks. We have Schmidt on the mound, folks. First pitch was a slider. Second pitch is another slider, both at 85 miles an hour. Fourth pitch also sliders at 86 miles an hour. The Yankees are still down 3-4. It's the bottom of the seventh. Tampa Bay has runners on first and third, and he just sent him swinging and a missing to get out of the inning, folks. Keeping those two runners on base, keeping the lead only a one-run lead. Next, the Yankees come up to bat. Hoorah. Sorry, that's not my shit. Or I was feeling the Al Pacino voice. That's what that was. Listen, no disrespect to all my army brethren and sisters. You know what I mean? I was feeling I was in an Al Pacino kind of mood. Let's get into our first topic of the day, right? And actually get into the meat and potato of the podcast.
First things first.
All right, first things first. First topic of the day, and we got an NBA player being robbed, folks. This popped up on our wire right before we came on the podcast, right? What was going to be my first topic before then? You'll never know. But, folks, we have a player getting robbed for tens of thousands of dollars. Had $100,000 easily taken, stolen. But when the cops found the money, isn't it ironic? They only found $10,000. Isn't it ironic? And this also happened to take place in Atlanta, Georgia. Isn't it ironic? My niggas. I see you out there. Yeah. So, former NBA player, home is robbed in Atlanta while his wife and kids are at home. Somebody breaks into their home. The wife and the kid, they go into their safe closet while they hear the rumbling downstairs. They call the police, but they also call. I'm looking for the right word, but all I can think of right now is campus security. they're builder watch. They're watchful eye. They're meet on the streets people. The community watch, right? Neighborhood watch. There we go. They call the neighborhood watch security, and this motherfucker end up flashing the lights and coming through. Cops came through. These motherfuckers end up dashing. I guess they panicked or whatever. Dropped a ton of money, right? But also, they found, like I said, they found like $10,000 in the lawn, right? Of dropped money, and they found 2 weapons as well. One was a gold-plated pistol with a silencer, a gold pistol with a silencer on it. And another one was a Glock. Now the Glock, the pistol, the gold-plated pistol belonged to the house that they robbed, and the Glock they believe belongs to the assailant, right, or to the robbers. I didn't know the Yankees had a black pitcher. Wait, this ain't the same motherfucker that used to have the pine tar on this fucking thing. Did he just lose weight? You know, the motherfucker used to have the pine tar on his neck. Who is the player that I speak of, you ask? None other than one of the flight kings, the goats of dunks. Folks, we have a player for the Yankees just walked. So in the top of the 8th, the Tampa Bay Rays are giving up runners. The Yankees just gotta. So folks, the winning run is the winning run right now as Jose Trevino comes up to the plate. The winning run right now is on first base for the Yankees with no outs. Did I see this motherfucker spit on his bat? Why is that? Why his bat's all wet and shiny? I ain't gonna lie. We all know this. Athletes have some of the most disgusting habits ever. They really do. Oh man. Right, but so again, who was the player that I speak of that had his home robbed? Tens of thousands of dollars found in the lawn, along with his pistol and the assailant and the robber's pistol. That is none other than Flight King, one of the dunk goats. None other than Air Canada himself. Yeah. Vince Carter, folks. Vince Carter's Atlanta, Georgia home was robbed while his family was there at 11 o'clock at night. I'm going to tell you something. This was a personal job. I'm going to tell you this now. When this comes out, this is being done by a friend or a family member. They took his gold-plated pistol and $100,000 cash that he had stashed at the house. Who the fuck knows he has a $100,000 stash in the crib in cash money? See? It's real simple. Robbers are simple. Robbers are robbers are real simple individuals. They're in and out, especially that time of night if they think you're at home. So they knew that he wasn't there, but they knew the wife and the kid may be there, meaning that it was the path of least resistance, hopefully. Because the mother would just do whatever's necessary to take care of the kid and go hide it. She ain't gonna try to play hero. I'm telling you right now, when they talk about when they finally resolve this case and this robbery, I can damn near guarantee you, excuse me, that it is somebody that he knows. Like, there's just no way possible. Like, I'm not saying that it's impossible, but again, robbers are simple people, right? They come in, they grab everything that they see, right? Big screen TV, silver, jewelry, electronics, right? High value electronics, high value jewelry, things like that. They see that, they're taking it, they're going. $100,000 in cash that you had stashed somewhere? Like, unless you tell me that, okay, it was $100,000 that he had put into the top drawer in the kitchen, right? Or in the junk drawer in the top left bed, junk drawer in his bedroom dresser. Unless it's some retarded shit like that. Then how the fuck you find $100,000 cash suddenly? But I'm gonna tell you something too, right? Because I'm telling you, this had to be a personal hit. This is a personal hit. When they resolve this case, they will tell you that Vince Carter was robbed by former friend XYZ. They're gonna say that Vince Carter was robbed by family member XYZ. This wasn't a stranger that went into Vince Carter's home at 11:50 something at night and robbed him while his wife and kids was at home. That didn't happen while he wasn't there. KJ just pops into the building. That was a personal hit. Robbers don't go directly for $100,000 cash that you have stashed in your closet in the 5th shoebox from the top right next to the pin. You know, sorry, I was getting my booty call scene confused.
You gonna get a cup? This nigga here, son.
Listen, man. Listen, I know back in my day, cause you see how many Tims I have? I had all those boxes too, and no doubt, bloop bloop bloop, bloop bloop, panty box.
All right, Ludacris. I got hoes.
That was my Bill Bellamy shit. I got hoes.
What is that Bill Bellamy?
That's my Bill Bellamy shit. That's that booty call shit, man. I'm telling you.
I'm about to go home watch that shit.
But Vince Carter was a personal hit. We're gonna find that out. And these robbers, not only were these robbers, the Yankees just went up! Hell yeah! Home run! 5-4! That's what I'm talking about. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Wait, KJ, no, you can't go anywhere because you're gonna like what's about to happen.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Whew.
That means greatness just happened.
Woo.
That means greatness just happened. Show me the replay, damn it.
I think they just did show the replay. Hold on. Let's see.
I was paying attention to that motherfucker all night. 3-0. Okay, Judge gets a homer.
And they just, and I was just saying, because they just walked the motherfucker and put him on base. I was just telling the fellas, I just told them, that's another home run? That's another solo? That's another solo? Are they showing the replay?
Showing the replay.
Oh, okay, let's go. I don't care.
Put him out the misery.
I whip my head back and forth. I whip my head back. But let's remember, I told you that Vince Carter was an inside job. Vince Carter was an inside job. That's it. That's all I gotta say about that. You got and they're gonna have to prove me wrong. Like seriously, like you know how wrong you're gonna have to prove me because things just don't add up. And let me tell you why I say also that I think that the robbers were kind of smart, because when they realized that hold on. When Vince Carter was an inside job, okay, when they realized that the cops were onto them, right? They dropped the weapons just in case they were caught. No weapons on them. And they also dropped some money. And the dropping of the money is just enough to be like, oh, listen, they dropped the money, they dropped their weapons, bam. You could go for it's like, wait a minute, no. They only dropped 10% of the money. They dropped one band. That's all they did. Like, you understand, this is my strip club money for 10 days. I'm telling you, this is an inside job. And I really hate to say it, because I feel like it could be an inside job anywhere. Like, let's just say what I just joked about right now is true. Let's just say he lives in Atlanta, right? Well, he does live in Atlanta. But living in Atlanta, let's just say that he is an avid strip club goer like that. What if that was his strip club money? Who knows? It could be his wife setting him up if that's his strip club money.
Tough.
Like, it really could.
Super tough.
You know that's still one of the original bottles? Tell you, man.
Niggas really haven't been drinking.
That's maybe the last of one of the original bottles right there.
But yeah. That won't be the last, that's for sure.
So you understand, like that's the weird thing about it. It can be family, it could be friends, it could be his wife. Like I'm not saying that he spends $100,000 at the strip club in 10 days, right? Or in 10 visits.
You got problems.
Listen, it's better than having your taint massaged. Nothing else. Listen.
Exactly. On that note, gotta take a smoke. Gotta take a smoke on that one.
So
that's
so no real shit. I'm gonna be interested to hear when that issue is resolved for Vince Carter. If we hear that, oh, his family member, oh, it's a best friend, oh, his wife was involved. You know what I mean? Oh, his eldest son was involved because, you know what I mean? Ever since he started, like he's been mad at ever since he's been going to the strip club. He's, you know what I mean? He's been neglecting the family. So I've been watching Power. I got all kinds of scenarios.
I was literally listening to you. I'm like, sounds like you're talking about a great show that I watched that I'm low key waiting to come back on.
There's more. Which one is coming back on?
Chances are it's probably gonna be the 50 Cent one first.
Oh, so they're all kind of going right now and giving you different seasons right now?
They literally go boom, boom, boom. Love it.
See, I'm kind of mad. I came in so soon. I'm the kind of person I really like to come in towards the end. I really do.
There's another show, BMF. You know that's for big.
But I also gotta, Empire's all done. I gotta watch Empire. We already discussed this. It's hard out here for a pimp. It's the originator. It's how they all got started. I'm here for all black gangster movies. So speaking of black gangsters,
it's so. As the time goes, it got so phony.
But you know what?
That's what made me like.
I hear people tell me the same thing about Power though.
But not as bad as Empire.
Okay. But also they,
And real talk, when it really comes down to most of the people who really say that, think of the kind of person that they are.
They're women.
Exactly. Exactly.
who
are really over the
cheating.
Not even just cheating.
Listen,
cheating. The street drugs and all of that shit.
3 out of 10 women that I talked to talked about the cheating. Like they pointed out the cheating. I was like, okay. There was just too much cheating going on in there. I was like,
too much cheating.
I'm like, okay.
And it's
like, I guess the killing was at a proper amount for you.
I mean,
and the drugs.
The
drugs was at
the killing, the fighting.
Yeah, the fighting, the drugs was
all of it.
Those were all that proper ratios.
Those what had me. The women, they tripping on ghost cheating, and then as soon as Tasha, I'm like, so what you got?
But Tasha wasn't in the back seat over here like
stripping and whatnot.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened.
And then finally fuck this nigga. Of course, typical women can't take no accountability. Like, oh, that's because this thing. So that makes it right.
Like I told you, Ghostface Killer, Bulletproof Wallet's one of the best albums out there.
That part.
Okay, so
that's a check swing, Rev. He didn't swing.
Nah, the rest been fucking assholes on the check this whole time.
It's all good. That's why we still up, bitch.
It's okay. And Aaron Judge about to get a fucking home run right here.
27 coming right here.
I was just saying, you wasn't here yet. I want him to break the all-time record. Not the...
What's the all-time? Isn't like 70-something?
Yeah, not the real record of 63. I want him to break the Fugazi record of 72.
72? But didn't the same person set both records anyway?
No.
Who said 63 again? Was it Hank?
No, recently.
Oh, Pete.
No, the nigga behind him, Juan Carlos. He may have the regular season.
Listen, I'm
clean home run record.
I'm just glad that the Anthony Davis of the MLB has stayed healthy this year.
God damn. Yo, for real, he has finally. I don't know what was wrong, but finally, because I know what though. Not just
it's funny how all it takes is one superstar player to be looking for a new deal for everybody to get their shit together.
Hey, it's not just that he's healthy, because we thought he was kind of healthy last year because he played a lot of DH games, and we kind of always wanted him to get out the DH role, but we never thought it was going to happen. The fact that he's playing the outfield, I'm like, yo, this is what we wanted, nigga. Like, for real.
It's like, whatever doctor that you saw, keep going to that nigga.
Like, listen, like
any little nicks or sores, keep going to that nigga, please.
And when we win a championship, do the same thing that Clay did. The first person you give a hug to is your trainers and your doctors.
And God bless you, Chicago Cubs, for giving us Anthony Rizzo, please. Thank you. I remember watching Anthony Rizzo in high school.
Rizzo.
I went against him in high school. He fucked our team up. Fuck.
So
that shit was crazy.
We told you about a player getting robbed.
Nigga went 6 for 6, 4 home runs.
Right?
Oh my god.
And while we have sympathy for players being robbed, right, especially when it's Vince Carter. You heard about this?
Actually, it didn't, but it's good to know.
Vince Carter's home got robbed while his wife and kid was at home. He wasn't there. They managed to get away to the safe room. The individuals that robbed him. This is why you heard me making that rant. The individuals that robbed him stole $100,000. Okay, so right. So wife and kid in the safe room. They called campus security, right, as well as the police. You know what I mean by campus security, but their neighborhood watch police, whatever. He came on the scene with, he started popping up a siren, started coming on, whatever. And obviously police came. They didn't find the suspects, but they found $10,000 in the lawn, along with a gold-plated pistol with a silencer and a Glock. Well, let's start with the weapons. The Glock is supposedly the robbers. The gold-plated pistol is Vince's. The $10,000 that they found was $100,000 that Vince Carter had stashed in a safe place, in a hidden place in his house, or a safe place in his house. Now you understand my soliloquy, or the part you heard coming in now? That this was an inside job? This ain't no fucking regular robber. So when they heard the sirens, they dropped $10,000 and they dropped the weapons. So you can't catch us with any weapons, and we're gonna drop some money so make you think like, oh, that's the money that we robbed them for.
To those robbers, listen here. Do you really think people like Vince Carter have beautiful houses, beautiful homes like that? That's what I was going. Do you really think? Do you really think that you were just gonna get away with that? And listen, Vince, kill him. Yeah. See, this is the content right here that you won't get on ESPN, that you won't get on FS1, that you won't get on some of these other podcasts that still have to low key be politically, moral and whatnot. See, me, I'm not a moral ass nigga, because at the end of the day, I'm gonna think about myself if I'm in Vince Carter's shoes, and while I'm not there, somebody gonna try to not only rob me, come up in my house with weapons, with my baby and my babies in the house. Oh yeah.
That's why I said That's just why I said I wouldn't be surprised if we even hear that the wife may be involved, because they went exactly for the. It sounds like they went.
See, and that's why I fuck with you, because at the end of the day, that also pops through my mind, New York mentality. Because I'm like, for someone to get that close to a house like that, to get those type of things and the type of things that you said that they got, you automatically have to know where those things are.
Exactly, especially hidden money. Like, that shit wasn't just in the fucking cookie jar. That shit wasn't just in, like he said it was in a safe, like, so.
It was just cooling somewhere and they happened to walk past.
Yeah, I had $100,000 sitting on the coffee table.
Like, nah. No way. But like I said, there's security cameras, nigga.
And if those security cameras in the house were somewhat disabled or not working that day,
definitely an
divorce.
Inside job.
You better get a divorce. Immediate. Shit. That's the last one. Alrighty. So as I said, we talked about a player getting robbed. Let's talk about, and we have no sympathy for these guys. Owners getting robbed.
Oh, fuck them.
But wait, they can get robbed too. Niggas get robbed every day, B.
Fuck them. It be alright, exactly. Niggas get robbed every day. It be alright. You tough nigga. Oh, tough white motherfuckers. Old
Now, you want to hear how they've been robbed?
How do I give a fuck with how they got robbed? They got robbed. Hard knock life.
John Wall robbed them.
Don't give a fuck. Take all their money, John. Take all that fucking money. That's the wrong type. You gotta flip that for me to care.
Russell Westbrook.
Take all their money.
And I don't know if Kyrie Irving has officially robbed them
Take all their money.
And when I say they have robbed them, all these guys have player options. And John Wall has opted into his player option.
You goddamn $47.5 million motherfucking dollars. Ooh,
Now-
this Houston locker room is cozy.
I'm gonna let you know something too.
What are you talking about?
Well, the reason why I'm saying he's robbing the owners. I mean, like I said, we have no sympathy for the owners. Like, it's just conjecture, right? I'm playing with my words here. I haven't had pussy in a while, so the only thing I'm playing with right now is words. I've been sick.
It's a hard knock life for us.
But John Wall is not only gonna get paid the $47 million that he's opted into. Over the last 2-3 years, he's been paid to do nothing. So he opted into his contract on a team that doesn't want to play him because they want to give their young guys more burn.
So
And
John for that?
No, not blaming anybody.
Okay.
I haven't passed the blame at all to anybody. I haven't showed sympathy for anybody. I'm just letting you guys know that the NBA offseason has officially opened. And we see already the players that had player options, right? They're starting to opt into their contracts. And listen, not for nothing. I'm gonna tell you something that's good that you're gonna see. And something I want you to see. Look at this game. I want you to see if you can notice something that I've been watching this whole entire time that should have been a warning sign of things to come.
Jordan Poole?
It's on there the whole entire game. So,
lack of point guard play?
so so you're gonna hear this a lot, and that's gonna be, damn, like this is a bad contract. Duh. Most of these are. Most of the guys that you're hearing that are opted into their contract, you as a fan base are gonna think that's a bad contract, and it is. It's 100% is.
The players know it's a bad contract. That's why they opt in.
Exactly. Like they know that. Obviously,
They know they screwing the owners.
and they know 100%. I'm not getting $47 guaranteed dollars in
Nowhere else.
in 1 year anywhere else. I'll be lucky at this point to try to get somebody make. You understand? John Wall is at that point. Somebody may offer him $48 million over the next 4 years, and that would be a good contract.
I don't know about that. Somebody will still cut him a $20 million check.
20 million, but so even more.
20 to 25 billion.
So that's what I'm saying. That $47 million, he's never gonna make again. And listen, but he may get lucky if he gets $48 million, like in a whole nother contract.
48 mil for 2 years.
So, of course, John Wall's gonna opt in.
Smart
And-
brother.
Houston's gonna be in the same. Of course, Houston's gonna be in the same position they were last year. Not gonna play John Wall.
You better get the boy from Duke, Houston.
Don't know what to do with him.
You better get the nigga
Right.
Ben Caro.
And either you're gonna have to drop him and just pay him, or nobody's gonna trade for him because
No.
nobody wants his contract, so he's just gonna be there.
Hell no. Buy out.
If I'm not mistaken, Russell Westbrook also the same thing, has opted into his contract away. So listen,
Smart man.
it's also not surprising
Smart
when you
man.
hear the day that free agency has opened, and the first day that they can qualify to opt in, that some of these guys are like, oh hell yeah, listen, get this off my plate. I don't want to do this shit the rest of the year. I'm gonna go fucking sit in the tub and get fat. To the window, to the motherfucking wall.
Get your money, niggas.
Definitely get your money.
Get your motherfucking money.
Not passing blame.
At all.
Not
Because
at all.
remember, at
I'm
the
just-
end of the day, these are the same leagues. These are the same owners. That one thing happened and boom, you're cut.
I'm just letting you know that niggas are getting robbed every day. Be out here. First it was Vince Carter, then it was the Houston owner, and then now it's Genie Bus.
Owners be alright. They'll be chilling on their yachts. Genie Bus bent over. Phil Jackson dogging her nice and well. Should be alright.
Now I don't know if Kyrie opted in or not. I don't think he has.
Oh, that nigga's out of there. He's not opting in.
But as we know that there are rumors about Kyrie possibly leaving, but we're not going to talk about Kyrie just about yet. Just how it's a strong statement about the players that quickly opt in, it's also a strong statement about the players that are not opting in. And there's still one guy out there that I know in some circles when I say his name,
oh, Mr. Bradley,
like it gets a bad taste. Like people like, ugh, I don't know. But I like it still.
oh, Mr. Bradley.
And there's one guy that has it. And there's a man by the name of Bradley.
Oh, Mr. Bradley.
Who used to ball with a guy that had a very large wall.
Yo, pause.
Stature, clout in the fucking organization.
No, that just sounded weird. Like, no, different bar.
Okay.
Oh my god. It's just the fact that you even attempted to justify it.
How to make it not sound gay?
That's what I'm saying. If niggas say pause, they say pause for a reason. You try to justify that after? Pause. Yo, take that shit over to Wilton Manors, man.
Oh, man. So Bradley Beal hasn't opted into his contract yet, which, again, I've been telling you guys this for about the last 6 months, easily. Maybe since the beginning of the season. Keep an eye out. What's going on, Maddie? Keep an eye out for Bradley Beal, and because I wanted to keep an eye out for him during the trade, before the trade deadline. Now the trade deadline is passed. He's not opting in. He hasn't opted in. If he was gonna opt in, you understand? He had from the trade deadline to right now to opt in.
That's February to June. To next Wednesday, to be exact.
And has been like, yeah, nah, I'm good, B. I think I'm going to pursue other options. It's interesting to see what those other options are. As Lakers keep being spoken about.
Those options are wide.
Oh, no, listen. It's all, listen, Bradley Beal is the kind of player.
You know what's funny? He's a star. But the options for him are as wide open as if he was a top 5 player in this league. And granted, he's a great player, borderline. I think the reason his options are so wide open is the fact that he's one of those players that I could take from here, plug him here, and it's boom.
You can plug him in, and he can average, and he averages 30.
Plug him anywhere. Plug him in. Plug him on either one of these teams right now we see on this TV that fits.
And that's the reason. And I think most stars are like that. Most stars can almost go to any team they want. Most, not all. I think most stars should be able to go look at any team and be like, I can make whether I'm trying to do it on my own or go be a part of something that us grander. I can almost go on to any team. Jimmy Butler star any team.
That's one.
Jason Tatum star any team. He could go to any team. Even if he wasn't already on Boston, if he was just some guy out there, you would look at him and be like, yo, you know what? Boston could use a guy like Jason Tatum. You would say that. Golden State, you can see him there. You can. You can see him anywhere. You can see him in Golden State. Because they would make him a better Andrew Wiggins. They would force him to play. They would force him to play there and force him to have a role.
I know one player who could. I know one superstar who can't go to Golden State. Luka Doncic, close the door. Close the fucking door.
But he can still go to most teams.
Oh,
he can still. But I mean, that's one, and I still think he could fit in Golden State.
Oh no. Oh no. Cause see, the misconception with Golden State is that they don't play defense or like that. That's a huge misconception.
They'll force him.
You cannot. Oh no, the way Luka plays, I'm not sure you can coach that.
You can always coach a team defense.
I don't know about that.
Golden State is
And
almost
not funny, but the probably one of the most glaring things that I noticed this postseason, and I fuck with these NBA coaches for doing this. You don't play defense, you don't see burn.
Well, we know our coaches like that.
Or maybe you see burn,
But
but the type of but there are certain moments in the game where we should be seeing you. Oh no, you can sit right here.
Like Draymond Green that one game.
Mm.
But that was for offense and not his defense. That was for...
It was both.
He just wasn't showing up.
It was both.
It was for everything. He wasn't showing up. Yeah, it was for his defense.
There's niggas who are getting $90 million who didn't see any burn.
Listen, Jordan Poole almost didn't see sometimes.
Okay.
Because he's a fucking turnstile sometimes.
No. You know what Jordan Poole is? Jordan Poole is the motherfucker who you tell, yo, about 10 of these hoes about to be over there together. Oh, word.
Oh, Dion, lockdown defender.
I'm not even that. I'm talking about starting to do way too much. You know that guy who all of a sudden has like his whole little posse or his whole little crew and start doing way too much with the basketball in his hands?
Just picture New York Knicks versus LA, Iman Shumpert versus Kobe, from the third quarter on to the fourth. Then suddenly, what he said? Kobe got extra. All of a sudden, it was pump fake, bounce it off the backboard, kick it out to the 3-point line, have it come back in, and then hit a floater. Like, what the fuck? You been regular all game, nigga? That's Jordan Poole. Suddenly, he's bouncing it off the backboard, kicking it out, pump fake, alley-oop to himself. So, you're going to start seeing this pick up a little bit more.
So many storylines.
The offseason has started, right? Yankees are still off the bat. Or, no, it's a knife in and out. No, still.
Top of the knife. But they got 2 outs. Fuck. How y'all niggas got 2 outs that quick? God damn it.
But they also retired Tampa Bay real quick, too. Because it was top of the 8th he was just watching. Top of the 8th is when we got the 5-4.
Ooh. I take my base. I take my base hit. I take my base right there.
They just hit Kiner, Falefa. Oh, I know that guy.
My diamond in the rough, shortstop. You ain't no Jeter, but I take it. Hell, I'm not even sure if you a Didi. I miss you, Didi.
It is hit Kiner Falefa in the back with a pitch.
Ooh, shit. I ain't gonna lie, that's the type of throw right there. Like, yo, my man's like, you got static or some shit? Like, god damn, you do that right in my tailbone area, nigga. Motherfucker. Fuck ass nigga, man. Fuck wrong with you. That's why we don't fuck with anything Tampa right now. Bitch ass niggas.
For real. Like I said, every team got a little bit of blue in it. And if you want to have a little bit of blue in you, then you go with Blue Chew. Folks, right? And Blue Chew, what is Blue Chew? Blue Chew happens to be a little blue pill that can get you back your throat. All you got to do is open up a pack and head straight to the sack. Just a few chews before you do. This little blue pill has the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, so this is one opportunity that you just can't miss. Trust me, she's gonna love how you come through like a champ when you beat it up like a champ. We're talking about like Golden State Warriors kind of like. We're talking about Warriors Invitational. And for a very low cost, you can beat it up like a boss. And all you
I gotta give you love on that shit, B. That was good. That was a good one.
And all you need is to use this week's promo code of MZZJ. That's Mike Zulu Juliet. And you can get your first order for free. Yes, folks. To get your first order of Blue Chew for free, you go to bluechew.com, use promo code MZZJ. Your first order is for free. The only thing you got to pay for is shipping and handling. You take care of your postal
workers.
What's
that promo code one more time, B?
MZZJ. Mike Zulu Juliet. First order, Blue Chew, for free. But these promo codes don't last forever, folks. You have less than a week. Folks, to be able to use this promo code to get your free order of Blue Chew. And listen, I know some of you may be saying to yourself, I don't need Blue Chew. I don't need none of that shit. Right? I get it. It's cool. But I know what? What's going on here? Jake Fisher has the details on the Spurs. Okay, you know what? You have this in front of you, folks. Blue Chew. You chew it, and then you do it. Those are the only two requirements. I know you say I may not need any Blue Chew. I get it. But you know what? For you guys that drink a little bit, you never need it until you got whiskey dick.
Ooh.
And I'm going to tell you the trick to curing whiskey dick. Blue Chew. You chew it and you do it. Never have a bad performance. Never have a bad performance again. You never have to say to you like, damn girl, this never happens to me. Because it will never happen to you with Blue Chew. And ladies, don't be afraid to order Blue Chew too. You're thinking to yourself, why the fuck do I need Blue Chew? You got some nigga in your DMs texting you, right? Hitting you up all the goddamn times about all the nasty shit they want to do to you. Well, make sure they do the shit they're going to do with the text. When you hit them with that Blue Chew, like, yo, chew this and let's see what's next. Whether you're doing it like Lionel Richie all night long or like LL Cool J, you're just doing it wow. Blue Chew is the way to go. Listen, it's not just a chewable cure.
Because you're going to need Blue Chew. You mess with a Brooklyn woman.
Like, listen, it's a whole vibe.
Represent Queens. She was raised out in Brooklyn.
It's a whole vibe.
Lord.
So remember, for this hump day, Blue Chew, MZZJ.
Well.
By the time you get it, it'll be here for the weekend.
Hump day.
And that weekend is going to be July 4th weekend.
Doing it and
All
doing
I
it and
see
doing
is
it
fireworks. Everywhere is fireworks. So you get your fireworks off right by ordering your Blue Chew today.
You text wifey, you said, hey, cancel all plans.
For
We
real.
inside this weekend.
You pop in the door and you tell her, it's the power hour. Hour.
First quote-unquote hurricane season weather, when they cancel work and everybody inside for the weekend, Blue Chew is your best friend.
So you kick in that door, you wave those 4 4s and you tell her, MyT is here. I'm saying.
Roll it up, get the wine, pass the Blue Chew, and we'll see y'all on Monday.
So, let's continue to move on. Let's talk a little football. Just a little bit.
Only one thing we're talking about in football.
Recently, Roger Goodell, he came out and he mentioned how he was powerless.
What?
He's powerless.
What?
Powerless.
What?
Mm-hmm. Powerless.
What?
Can I get a
I'm so focused on powerless, I can't even laugh. What? Wasn't powerless when he dropped Brady's suspension. Wasn't powerless when he dropped Greg Hardy's suspension. Wasn't powerless when he dropped Kareem Hunt's suspension.
Well, he didn't say he was powerless about Deshaun Watson's case, the dirty dog Deshaun Watson. He said
You just gotta understand, you just dropping Goodell and powerless at a moment like this right now is some very, very shady shit right now.
I'm well aware.
So this stalling shit that you're doing, it ain't it.
No, he's powerless against the water closet's owner. Washington Commanders. Dan Snyder. Is it Dan?
Who gives a damn?
If you guys are unaware, Dan Snyder has been subpoenaed recently to go appear in federal court for having a fucked up workplace. A fucked up workplace environment.
Powerless.
So he has been subpoenaed and he needs to be and he has to report in front of a judge. Well,
And Goodell wonder why nobody fuck with him.
he's doing right now. Snyder is doing the I'm a millionaire shit. I'm a billionaire shit. I'm unavailable to appear in court because I have business to attend to. I'm unavailable to appear in court because I am out of the country. You hear this shit? This is why they can't. So, when Roger Goodell now comes in saying that he's powerless, he says that, well, you know what? I see and I hear all of these allegations from all of these women, all of these employees, saying that he has had a working environment that had sexual tension that was not conducive to women, minorities, or whatsoever. But Deshaun Watson, right? Like, we see where that goes with 26 to 66 allegations, but Dan Snyder has the same amount, about 26 to 66 allegations of the same thing. And again, Roger Goodell says he's powerless because he is powerless to remove an owner from his team. That requires 75% voting from your peers. So 75% of the owners need to be in conjunction or need to be in agreement that they no longer would like Dan Snyder to represent them because he is a black eye on the league and they would have to get rid of him. But why would they say that about him when they're signing guaranteed contracts to Deshaun Watson? The apples don't fall far from the tree. You have despicable owners, so it's a league full of despicable players. This is why Roger Goodell said he was powerless.
I don't want to hear that word come out his mouth when at the end of the day I've heard that nigga. No, I can't even give you that title because when I'm saying that, I actually mean that as respect. I don't want to hear that bitch after he comes out and says you protect the shield, protect the brand that is the NFL. You literally have 2 cases that have been lingering for God knows how long, that are literally
of misconduct and sexual misconduct.
It's literally as if it's Mike Tyson punching a punching bag over and over and over, just causing dent after dent after dent, and you're not doing nothing about it. Now, I thought when it comes to these punishments, all you need to do is just sully the name of the NFL. The fact that your name is even attached to some of this nonsense warrants suspension. See, it's times like these where I miss this man, and God rest his soul, the late great David Stern, because if some of these things, if David Stern was alive and running the NFL, I wish David Stern.
Nobody say.
No! Oh! Say it again. Say something else. Oh! Say something else. Say something else.
I wish an NBA player under David Stern's watch as commissioner had 26 motherfucking women, all up 24, all up coming, you know.
You wouldn't see the court.
You wouldn't at all.
Wouldn't even be a question. And wouldn't be,
and it damn sure wouldn't take this long to get no type of ruling.
And we wouldn't be surprised that the motherfuckers not seeing the court, because we would expect it. And the bullshit ass investigation that they've even done. I thought the NFL did a more thorough investigation than the authorities.
They do shit.
But no, that's what they always made it sound like all these years, right? That they do a more thorough investigation than the authorities. Well, apparently, the only time they do a more thorough investigation is when it comes to drafting motherfuckers. Seriously.
Or when it becomes exposed to the fact that all of us know, like, wait a minute, this is what was going on? And you still haven't said or done anything yet?
They've barely talked to a fifth of the women involved in the overall case. They didn't talk to local authorities.
They didn't talk to the fucking county that all of this shit was going. They didn't talk to the fucking DA.
They could have put him on the commissioner's exempt list.
Meanwhile, Adrian Peterson was on the commissioner's exempt list for a year for whooping his child.
For disciplining his child. Let's just put it that way. Discipline his child.
And yes, are we going to dumb it down today? You goddamn right I'm going to dumb it down today. Because at that time, it was abuse. Today, motherfucker, compared to what Deshaun Watson did, it's discipline. Because you're not going to tell me that none of you motherfuckers was disciplined like that before. You're not telling me that.
Listen,
You're not telling me that.
we all know somebody that's disciplined like that. Still, Yankees won. Thank God.
Ooh, I'll take it.
For real.
Another series win.
Let's get this in here one last time.
Greatness.
5-4. Yankees win.
Houston, we'll see you in the Bronx tomorrow, bitch.
Yeah, we do play Houston tomorrow. We need to definitely make sure we get that series.
We need to send a message.
I mean, we needed this series too, especially after the Lightning just beat the Rangers. Like we definitely needed. We needed this one.
Facts. It's all smoke.
For real. Like,
Facts.
I get petty down to the lowest common denominator. Like
I ain't even mad at you that you did that. That's a fact. Them niggas was up 2. I watched game 3 when them niggas got that last goal. I said, "Oh, I don't like that. That got the start of a bad omen." Game 4, ugh. Game 5, ugh. I didn't even watch game 6. I already knew what time it was.
So, also in NFL news, right? Like I said, he ain't doing shit about Deshaun Watson. And honestly, what we already said what he should have done. He should have suspended him for a whole year. But honestly, also what he should have done is stop any teams from doing any negotiations involving him. That would have been the first thing, because the fact that this motherfucker got a $235 million guaranteed contract. You know what I kind of want to see now? I want to see him play his whole first year. Because
Go get your $1 million that you, and then the next year you suspended.
Exactly.
Bitch.
Exactly. Because this year suspending him ain't.
Because the Browns tried to be slick. Tried to be slick.
And suspending him this year ain't. I'm like, no, you know what?
Let's be petty too.
You know what? If we're gonna, in this particular case, this is why. If this is the NFL's thinking that, you know what, we'll allow you to go through your process. We'll allow you to go through all of this, because you know what? Go play your 1 year for $1 million. We're suspending you next year.
Facts.
Like in the back of their heads, like, oh, okay, your case is finally settled because you decided to keep putting it off and you settled in the off season. Now it's finally settled. Good, we're suspending you for a year. Oh, what? I'm appealing. Good. Eight games. We're still going. You're still gonna lose fucking 16 fucking 25 whatever fucking amount. 25 fuck. I'm gonna put it at 25. I don't know if he's getting paid $50 million a year now, but I'm gonna put it at that. Right? Maybe he's getting paid 40.
It's like 37, something like that.
But you know what I mean?
So
but
you'll still basically lose $20 million.
But you're gonna lose $20 million this year. Like we want to take away half of your salary, we want it to be multi-million.
We need to come right at that money, right there. Trust me, I'm all. As much as I was saying earlier, John Wall finesse, Russell Westbrook finesse, Kyrie finesse. No, those guys. The difference with those guys, they didn't do no fucked up bullshit like this.
No, they did it.
We get on Kyrie. We get on Kyrie for screwing his team in terms of not being there for his teammates and
John
whatnot.
Wall didn't. I'm sorry. And John Wall did nothing but just become outdated, washed, injured, while having a big ass contract that nobody thought he should have got to the beginning.
But none of them guys was doing this fuck shit.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. So, the petty tour has been continuing. I don't know if you've noticed.
Oh, listen, you know me, I'm all for petty.
So,
all for the petty.
So one thing I wanted to point out to you, right, and it's not there right now, but at the beginning of the game, right, and it's probably come back later. If you watch because I don't think this is the ABC, I don't think this is really the ESPN feed. I think it's the ABC feed, right, that I'm watching, right, the local ABC feed in a weird ass way. Because when this game starts, but damn it, what's the nickname for Curry and Klay Thompson again?
Game 6 Clay?
No, the name for Curry and Klay Thompson.
Splash Brothers?
There we go. There was a flood warning in Boston that day. No, seriously. There was a serious... That's what I was telling you to look at earlier. I don't know if you saw it at the bottom of the screen.
Wish I knew that before the game that day. If I knew that going into, I would have put $400 on the Warriors to win.
That is funny. They had a flood warning in goddamn Boston.
I wish I would've saw
that
that.
day.
You see, that's I can't even say that's God looking out because that's a whole lot of money that I just lost right there. Because if I saw that, I wouldn't even hesitate. I said, "Oh, word, flood warning in Boston on the day the Warriors coming in there for Game 6 up 3-2 with the Splash Brothers." Oh yeah, I know what time it is. This is a
I
sign.
saw a sign.
I'm
I'm
like-
running from high. I saw a sign.
I'm like, yo, Papi, Papi, listen, baby. I'm on my way. Go ahead and lock my ticket in, baby. I'm coming over there for the 400. I need to put the 400 right now on the Warriors right now. Papi, don't question me, Papi. Don't question me, Papi. Run that shit. I'll be there within the next 30. I gotta get off the clock first, Papi. Run that shit. Don't play with me. Put my bet in. Don't make me late. None of that. Lock my shit in. Warriors. Money line. $400. Oh, you sure? You sure? Papi, why you questioning me, okay? You about to get $400. Alright? What you questioning somebody who's trying to drop $400 on the game for? What the fuck is wrong with you? Run my shit.
So yes, folks, there was a flood warning in Boston the day of Game 6.
Oh, man. The things that life don't want you to see sometimes. Lord.
But also, we touched on this already. The petty party that they've been having. Draymond Green tweeting out, "The champs play at home." John Morant responding, "Listen, I'm coming to you. Tell him to book that shit."
Talking about $1,300 right there.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just...
Fuck!
I'm laughing at the little particular thing that would have caused you to change your vote more than anything else.
Fuck.
Now, it was funny that the first commercial after the All-Star after this game was over.
The draft with Curry.
That was like a highlight,
I know, I
but
seen
it was
that.
Jason Tatum's barbecue chicken chips commercial. He likes them.
See, that's bad.
He likes some
That's-
spicy like.
See, that's bad by ABC.
Yo.
Y'all should know better. Because I know one of the first commercials that I saw was them promoting the draft and they had Curry on. I'm thinking it's a Steph Curry commercial, and then all of a sudden they changed to the draft. I'm like, oh, okay. Very well played, NBA. Very well played. But the fact that...
Yeah. But shout out to their fucking halftime commercial with the Target BBW women. Shit, shout out to that shit. So, speaking of commercials, we all know what also ran that night. Their Subway commercial. Well, Jason Tatum started saying, "My sub will put up more points on the board than other subs." And then Draymond has to respond, "Really? Okay, come on, man. What does that have to do about subs?" Like, okay, really? My subs has more rings than yours.
Tough.
Mic drop. You know what else happened on the Petty Tour?
Did they drop Ja Morant's commercial with Lil Baby in there?
No. Wait, what? Ja Morant's commercial with... Excuse me.
I'm just saying, the Petty Tour, you know what I'm saying? Ja Morant, go ahead, drop your little commercial with Lil Baby, whatever. Trying to copycat AI and Jadakiss shit.
Oh, no, I did not see them with the fake N1 commercial. I know you...
Part 2, AI and Jadakiss, you know it's the A6. Saw fundamentals and basics.
Boston's 11 turnovers was tied for the most in the first half of this playoffs. Okay. I thought it was any playoff.
But there's no way 11 turnovers is the highest mark in a half. Don't play with me. I know I've seen some shitty NBA playoff basketball in the first rounds in the past. I know somebody has more than 11 turnovers in a half.
Okay, it was just for Boston in this
That's what to
playoff.
say. tackle
Listen,
the most.
For the amount, for
That's
the
tough.
for the way they were
The way Chicago was turning the ball over the first round against Milwaukee. God damn. No Lonzo Ball too. Sheesh. That's tough. You probably tied them niggas, Boston. That's tough.
What the hell is she looting? It's like she grabbed the fucking manatee. What the fuck is that? Oh, some watching some TikTok shit. I'm sorry, people. So as the petty tour continues, right? I know you probably heard about this one already, but during their parade, the crowd started chanting to what is her first name? Aisha Curry? Is that Aisha? Okay.
The lovely Aisha Curry.
For real, because she is a nice little baddie. Seen her doing squats too.
I seen her dancing on Steph. I said, Steph, you a disgrace. Get your wind up game up.
Listen, he's light skinned.
There you go.
It has to show somewhere.
Can't be perfect in everything. Clay is white at this point after that shit that he did at the parade.
Oh my god.
I'm like, nigga, you white. We disowning you.
Yo. But the crowd started
White.
chanting, "You can cook. You can cook. You can." Right, yeah. In response, to obviously, the Boston crowd having a fucking sign outside one of their restaurants. That I think.
How does it feel, Boston? Hit him with all the petty.
As you know, that Draymond Green and Stephen Curry took a picture throwing up the middle fingers.
Draymond Green standing over the float with the trophy in hand with a t-shirt hanging here saying Boston sucks cock.
For real, Boston sucks
I
with a picture
love
of a goddamn rooster.
I love it. Make it hurt.
For real.
You know what I love even more are the media heads who can't stand Golden State having to talk about it. Mad Dog, feel it.
For real, like all
Feel
of them
it good.
That they were like, oh,
Skip Bayless, feel it good.
because we all know this is the
Take the dick right up your asses.
You tell me to pause.
Not for me. The fuck? Take the pipe right up your asses. I'm so sick of Golden State. Shut the fuck up.
For real. Like, because this is the one time that you're allowed to talk your shit.
Exactly.
And everybody recognizes that this is the one time you're allowed to talk your shit.
Everybody said, oh, their rings are not valid. Oh, they need one without KD. Oh, they got it, bitch. And exactly what the fuck you said.
And this is a great one because they may not have gotten the one where they had the best record in the league, but he got the one where he broke the all-time 3-point record.
And
And he graduated college too this year.
That part. The annoying part too. Okay, now people want to discredit the win against. What would you have said if they didn't win?
Exactly.
Come on now.
Like I said,
Everybody forgets that part. Oh, it's the fraudulent final. But if you called it that, but if they had lost that shit, you would have been all over their head top.
But I already told you what that narrative was going to be. One of the greatest playoff runs ever by Boston.
Oh yeah.
Like that, because obviously that would have been the big picture. Golden State like failing. Not initially. That would have came. That would have constantly been talked about. That would have been the underlying bed that constantly kept on. That would have been the fucking body blow that he kept on throwing in there. You know what I mean?
You know what I actually want, low key? I actually want Golden State to win it again next year.
I do too. I want repeat.
Because right now,
Actually, I wanted to put off a three-peat.
because you know what? Right now, the people who are so mad.
That'll be 7 rings.
Oh yeah, that thing that you're thinking of. Forget that. Forget that. He would be up here. That nigga would be right here.
They gonna talk about it. Not Jordan.
Yeah, not that one.
But they gonna talk about it
Not
because
that
he already passed. Listen, he already passed LeBron James in my book.
I know he did.
But
I want this because everybody who can't stand what the Warriors did is like, oh, I can't wait for somebody to take them out next year. It'd be hilarious if they do it again. Then it's like, what now? You're hoping that they lose, and they go do it again without KD and them niggas.
Because like I said, they never needed KD. They just needed better than Harrison Barnes. We've told you this. We've been saying this, but we know what.
Chance, baby! What are they gonna say now?
If they repeat.
What are they gonna say now?
You guys ain't nothing.
If they get another repeat,
Especially if Curry's MVP again.
because imagine that, right? You get a repeat. You get a repeat, like, because you won one before Kevin Durant. You repeated with Kevin Durant, and you get another repeat after him. Oh my God. And
especially if the run is, let's say, take LeBron out in the first round.
Phoenix.
Take or the Phoenix too.
No, I'm talking about next round.
Phoenix next round. That
Or whatever
means,
next
that
round
means
it is.
Booker and CP, and then I feel like Mavericks and Luka with the experience, they'll see them again.
Or Dallas second round, Phoenix Latin championship round,
or Memphis in the conference finals with all the smoke that they've been talking.
Or Memphis first round Lakers, like any combination of them.
Oh, and then you run through Milwaukee. It would have to be Milwaukee.
I hope it's Milwaukee.
I hope it's Milwaukee.
Because you have to find out what they're gonna do against the Greek Freak.
Or what's it called? Go through Kevin Durant to get the.
See,
shit.
okay.
Storyline.
Whoa.
That's how you know I'm becoming a media head. That's how you know I'm becoming a media head. Go
I like how you
through
started-
KD in the finals to get the.
I gotta
Mic drop.
Mic
drop.
I gotta tell you something though. If that happens, I will no longer be able to continue to say the statement I've been saying this last week, that I have never rooted against Stephen Curry in the NBA Finals. They play Kevin Durant. More importantly, they play Brooklyn. I am blacked out that whole entire series. Sorry. At that point in time, I no longer see your old orange and blue. I see blue and yellow. You light skin, fuck you. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm pulling out every light skin joke I have in the arsenal over the last 40 years, and probably some of them one passed down by my ancestors from the last 50 before then. I may call you a house nigga. Like, don't play Brooklyn. I don't want to go deep into the bag. Like Draymond Green thinks he talks shit, I'm gonna make Draymond Green fucking fold. Like, that's how much shit talking I'm gonna do. Yeah, he'll fold. He ain't ready for all this smoke. He ain't ready for that shit
compared to what Draymond Green talks. Nigga, please. What?
He ain't ready for all this. I'm telling you, I
I
pity the fool that it goes against my Nets if they play Golden State.
Wait, what?
I pity the fool.
No!
Listen, man, Brooklyn.
No!
It's a Brooklyn thing.
No.
It's a Brooklyn thing.
No.
It's a Brooklyn thing. Cause I'll be rooting for them. They'll be my Nets at that point in time. It's my Brooklyn team. I'm sorry. It's my Brooklyn team. I can't not root for a team from Brooklyn to win a championship.
But Draymond not gonna be ready for all that smoke. When you wishy-washy,
He'll be ready for Brooklyn smoke. He won't be ready for my smoke.
your smoke won't matter because you wishy-washy at that point.
My smoke is fire.
That's why you said it with no confidence right there.
Well, that's because I had no immediate smoke in the immediate weed refilling container. Look, I gotta fucking re-up this shit. Or refill that bitch. Ready for more Petty Tour? Klay Thompson knocked over some woman drunk as fuck.
Who cares? She shouldn't have been in the way.
But you want to hear what the other funny part about it? Klay Thompson, out of drunken muscle memory, after the tour, he hopped into the tub. Like it was after a game. They caged her. It's like, yo, Klay, like, there's no game tomorrow. He actually did the, oh shit. Yo, yes. Klay Klay Thompson, drunken muscle memory, had this motherfucker hopping into the tub.
This
Like,
nigga Klay.
but you know what's funny though? 'Cause remember LeBron James, what he said to Anthony Davis? He said the day that you're gonna be the most sore is the day after you win a championship. 'Cause that's the only day you don't go hop into the tub right after. So think about like he's been sore, he's been drinking. Yo, you seen picture of Andrew Wiggins basically being able to keep his eyes open. He's been. I just want to thank everybody in the academy for coming out here tonight. And like he had the sober Shaq look. Yeah, so I thought it was hilarious. Like Klay Thompson actually like he ran some lady over, but then happened into the tub off of the because look, he's probably feeling it. His body's feeling it. He was drunk as fuck, and all his body knows like, yo, I want to get away some of this feeling. Let me do what I normally do. This nigga hopped into the fucking tub. Now, you ready for more petty tour? Antics. Do you know the reason why there's two reasons out there why this series ended the way it did? Do you know why this series ended 2-4? And why Jason Tatum had such a bad game in Game 6?
Light skin.
That too. He loves Kobe so much that he couldn't let the Celtics pass the Lakers in titles. Also, he loves Kobe so much. Yeah, he loves Kobe so much that he had to have it end 2-4. His number, people.
These are all things that I wish I loved to have in my mind before Game 6. Or you just saying that really just made me even more mad that I didn't put the $400 before Game 6.
Now, Steve Kerr also got in on the petty tour. Listen, we had a full train. This wasn't even a bus. We had a full train of this motherfucker from caboose to the fucking engine.
And that was ground level petty.
Steve Kerr mentioned that he has equal respect. He was obviously during his championship run, he's asked, "Hey, who's better, Jordan or LeBron?" Or he was asked about a Jordan and LeBron comment, and he was like, and he responded to him, he has equal respect for Jordan and LeBron James because they both gave him 3 rings. Yo, that was the dropper of all mics. I was like, Kerr, I see why you named your son Nick Kerr. Yo, that Nick Kerr right there. That was a full mic drop. I respect Jordan and LeBron the same.
Because they each got me 3 rings.
And how many does he have?
9.
So that means he also got 3 with the Spurs.
2 with the Spurs. And then obviously the one.
Oh, that's right. No, he got. Wait. How many guys with us? Wait, what? What am I missing here? Oh. Okay, because it's the 4. I'm tripping. 3 and more. I'm tripping.
Sorry, that's why you need me.
It's like I forgot the math for half a second. Didn't you just show me a trade on your phone a while ago?
It wasn't official.
Okay, so
it was just something that made sense.
Oh.
And I didn't see it coming. I said, oh.
Oh, okay, so that wasn't an official trade. Woof.
Because I ain't gonna lie, that shit happens. Fuck.
You had me nervous for a second.
I say fuck.
Hold on. Did we do the Podbean?
I was literally thinking, fuck, Tally gonna have to talk about the Hawks more.
Shit. Well, listen. What I'm gonna do real quick, right? So I can go ahead and reset this. Cause we about to lose Podbean in a few minutes, right? So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a hard break. Everybody, you're gonna hear a commercial. Podbean, we're gonna lose you, but we're gonna come right back. And when we come back, we're gonna touch on some NBA stuff real quick, and that will be our final topic of the evening. Cause there are a few NBA things that actually have happened, not just some hypotheticals, but a few things for real. We'll be right back. MyT Talent Omar Taylor, Quiet Storm KJ, MyT Sports Podcast.
They they didn't join this team to win championships or become famous. They joined because there is important work to be done, and only some able to do it. They are brighter, better educated, led, and equipped than any
Shit, we
team
didn't talk
in
draft yet.
history. They're doctors, lawyers, engineers, technologists, and combat troops, all prepared for whatever comes their
What am
way.
I watching?
You'll find them where the lights don't flash.
The Angels.
And the only contract
Well, I thought I was
they
watching the
sign
Dodgers.
is with themselves and their country. One day, they may be asked what they did to make a difference in this world. And they can respond, I became a soldier.
Alright, we're back with the MyT Sports Podcast. I'm still your host, the one Untitled Taylor. KJ has snuck out of the room. He is no longer with us, but we do appreciate the time that he was able to spend with us. Alright? Folks, tomorrow is a big day in the NBA. Tomorrow shapes the future of not just of 60 individuals looking to become a part of the association family, but it also should shape the future of approximately 30 teams. Not sure if everybody has a pick this draft, right? But definitely shape the future of the next of 30 teams. We have the NBA draft coming up tomorrow, folks. And with the NBA draft looming around the corner, you start to see some off-season activity begin to pick up. One of the first moves made was for Jeremy Grant to Portland for the 2025 first round pick. Now that is a pick that they got that Detroit ended up getting from that Portland. Wait, who got that? That they end up getting from the Bucks. Now I'm not gonna lie, I don't see Jeremy Grant as a winning piece, as a number 2, as a number 3 even. I see Jeremy Grant as a great number 4, as a fourth option. I see him as a fourth option, or if he's a third option, he's a Draymond Green fourth option. I don't see him as a guy that you're looking at that if he does not fully perform, that he is going to dictate if you win on a night in or night out basis, or if you win a championship based off of his high level of play. I don't see that from Jeremy Grant. Jeremy Grant to me is a guy that sounds good to some individuals as a good move, but really isn't. It's almost at the bottom, right? The bottom portion, right? Like the bottom of a good move. Like it was just borderline of being, that was alright. So we see Jeremy Grant get moved. Now KJ had thrown something at me earlier, and I thought that was actually an official move. That was not an official move, folks. But what are some things that we do hear being done, right? Obviously, as you know, that Warriors assistant coach Mike Brown, he is going to be taking over for the Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings have been talked about a lot when it comes to the draft moves, because the Sacramento Kings are being mentioned as one of the teams that may fuck it up. Now, also, if you're a Knicks fan, don't laugh, because you're up there as well. You're one of those teams that are mentioned as somebody that just may fuck this up. But we have Mike Brown now, and he is the head coach for the Sacramento Kings, and he's already coming there saying that his squad, right, his trio, he actually said, if I'm not mistaken, could be the best pick and roll trio in the game. I don't know if he said trio or duo, but I thought he said trio. One of the pick and roll combinations in the game. And I'm like, you know what? You could be. And it's a good thing to put that kind of confidence into your young squad that they can be that. because you have them shoot for the stars, and if they do, they fall to the moon or whatever, however the expression goes, right? But you have them play as if they are, and consistently trying to achieve being that thing that their coach sees for them. But like I said, while we have the coaching scenario possibly locked up and on the right path, I can't say the same thing for their draft, because like I said, they have the 4th pick in the draft, and they are the number 1 team that's being eyed at that spot. And I'll let you know, it's because they have a because the 4th best player supposed to be coming out of the draft should be a point guard. If everything goes the way that most people expect, we're talking about, hold on, let's pull this back up, right? We're talking about, where is it? Chet Holmgren going within the first 3 picks. Okay, there we go. Chet Holmgren going 2nd, Jabari Smith going 3rd, and Paolo Banchero going 3rd. Right now we have the Sacramento Kings at 4th, and what happens at 4? The next best player out there is a point guard, Jaden Ivory out of Purdue, 6'4", 195. And oh shit, is that a name on my list? And with the point guard being the 4th best prospect on the list, teams are trying to trade up to that 4th pick, because if obviously what we can see, the Sacramento Kings don't need another point guard. A couple years ago, they drafted Tyler Halliburton, right, to go along with De'Aaron Fox. Just last year, they traded away Tyler Halliburton and they went with De'Aaron Fox. So I guess in most people's mind, even in my mind, I'm like, there's no reason that they should go after Jaden Ivory. That should be a guy that they're either passing on, or if they do get, they're gonna be misusing him, and then they'll have a clusterfuck of guards again. Most teams believe that Detroit doesn't need that point guard pick, but Indiana may. As they are looking, as they may be looking for a point guard, they're looking to add young talent, and they're also trying to get rid of Brogdon as well, as Brogdon pops up now in trade talks and being linked to teams like the Knicks possibly. But I'll tell you this, I'll tell you once and I'll tell you twice. The Knicks are usually involved in almost, I'm sorry, I forgot that I was recording it. The Knicks are usually involved in every form of trade talk. And the reason why that is that they utilize the New York Knicks and the New York market to try to jump up prices, right? Or to try to jump up trade demand and talks. Well, and that's when the New York Knicks were being misutilized, right? We're being ran poorly. As I said, like, that's how people think that the Sacramento Kings are going to fuck up their pick at number 4. A lot of people think that the Knicks are going to fuck up their pick at number 11. But also, there's also a big there's also a lot of thought that the Portland Trailblazers are also going to fuck up their pick as well at number 7. That one surprised me more than anything. Like, I can understand Sacramento fucking up their pick. I can understand the Knicks fucking up their pick. Or people thinking that those two are just going to fuck up their pick. Portland, I did not see coming. But the Portland Trailblazers do have the 7th pick in the NBA draft. Right now, I'm looking at NBADraft.net's mock draft. Right, if you guys are curious exactly where I'm looking at. Like, that's where I am getting my mock draft from. But like I said, we have one up. But also, Bleacher Report has, again, Jabari Smith going 1, Chet Holmgren going 2, Paolo Banchero going 3, Jaden Ivory going 4, again Keegan Murray going 5. That has not changed over most draft boards. It's that stuff like 11 for the New York Knicks, where Bleacher Report has them taking AJ Griffin out of Duke, the small forward. But here on DraftNet, they have them taking AJ Griffin, the small forward, out of Duke. Great. I wanted to see something here. of the names that I have on my list. So there are a couple of names, obviously, right? Like I said, I mentioned Jabari Smith, Paulo Banchero, and Chet Holmgren. They're already who was supposed to go. There are names like Leonardo Okeke. I don't know if he's actually. Let me take a look and see if he declared for this draft, because Okeke, if I'm not mistaken, because he also wants to secure himself a better draft spot. And if he comes in this draft, he's probably gonna end up falling to the second round. But in next year's draft, with just about one more year of training and a little bit more toolage, it's figured that Leonardo Okeke can make it into the top 20. And so yeah, he's not in this draft, but he's also a guy on one of my overall big boards to take a look at. Like I said, it was Jabari Smith, who they compared to Chris Bosh, Kevin Durant, Rashad Lewis, LaMarcus Aldridge kind of player, right? Paolo Banchero, they compared to a Melo. I don't have the comparison on Jalen Ivory written in front of me. They said he's slated to go number 4. Chet Holmgren, he's going to go number 2. There's Dyson Daniels. He's a name that I'm seeing popping up as a potential player for the New York Knicks. And that's if he falls that low. On one mock draft, I see him going 9th. And on another mock draft, let's see here. Bleacher Report's mock, no. He goes 8th to the Pelicans. But that's one name that I've heard that if he slips, right, that's a player that the New York Knicks will not hesitate to scoop up. Dyson Daniels is a point guard out of the G League, right? And he is somebody that the New York Knicks may be eyeing. As you heard me mention already, for both mock drafts that I've been referencing, they both have New York Knicks. If that's not the case, if they don't get any of those point guards, then they're gonna take AJ Griffin. There's also a name in Johnny Davis as well that I'm also eyeballing as well, who's the shooting guard out of Wisconsin. Again, he is somebody that is slated to not make it out of the top 10. So Dyson Daniels and Johnny Davis are two guys that should not fall out of the top 10. But do not be surprised that if those guys are. So I guess right now, the 3 names that I'm really hearing that the Knicks may eye, right? Dyson Daniels if he falls that low, obviously. Right? There's Johnny Davis if he drops that low. And no, sorry. There's Daniel. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. There's Dyson Daniels if he drops that low. Johnny Davis if he drops that low. And if both of those guys pass already, then the next best thing that they're gonna get if he's still there is AJ Griffin. And all three of those guys are a wash if Jalen Ivory is on the board, or if the Knicks get an opportunity to trade up for Jalen Ivory. Those are the names that you're looking for if you're a Knicks fan, as the Knicks draft at 11th, right outside the top 10. But you can still find decent quality. You understand that as many times as the Knicks have fucked up on a draft pick when they've had a high one, just to have somebody pick a better player at 11, at 10, at wherever, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? And beyond, it still leaves hope that there still are players, like there are still franchise players that you can still get at the 11th pick in a draft, if it's the right draft, and if you're able to develop properly. Like, that's always the caveat, is development. Now, like I said, the top 3 picks are basically a lock. Jabari Smith, Chet Holmgren, and Paulo Banchero. If things change within those 3, we will be surprised. And obviously, you're seeing a lot of size. Jabari Smith, 6'10", Chet Holmgren, 7 feet, Paulo Banchero, 6'10". To be honest with you, Chet Holmgren probably should go number 1. I feel that Chet Holmgren should probably be the number 1 pick, right, to be fully honest with you. Jaden Ivey, the individual I told you that the New York Knicks are trying desperately to trade up for, he's one of the best prospects in the draft. Period. Hands down, period. Like I said, the only reason why he's fallen to number 4 is honestly just because of the fact that there are 3 guys ahead of him that are about 6'10" and bigger. So who they compare him to? Let me see his strengths. He's an aggressive, explosive, 6'4", 200-pound player. Solid length, wingspan rumored somewhere to be between 6'7" and 6'9". So he's not a quite +6 guy. What +6 means that your height, that your wingspan is 6 inches plus your height. So he's not a 6'10" wingspan. That's ideally. But he has a strong frame that could allow him to match up well on the perimeter. Very quick twitch. Ivy is a perimeter athlete. Sound like he has a lot of Russell Westbrook in him. Let me see who they compare him to. Athleticism is a 9, size is an 8, defense is an 8, strength is a 9. Yeah, they love him. Intangibles an 8. Let's see, his weakest ratings are his ball handling and his jump shot. Out of South Bend, Indiana. I'm trying to see who they compare him to. Because based off what they just said right there, it sounds like he's a Russell Westbrook, John Morant kind of player. A downhill athletic freak. Like, that's what it sounds like. And you see, mock draft position 4, overall big board 2. Now, granted, sometimes the big board can be wrong. I think a couple years ago, they had Obi Toppin on the big board as 1, meaning that he was the overall best prospect. So I'm curious, right? And I'm probably not going to be wrong on this. Who they have number 1, and I feel like Chet Holmgren is going to be number 1 on the big board. If Jaden Ivey is number 2 on the big board, I'm telling you right now, I have a strong feeling that Chet Holmgren is going to be number 1. No, Chet Holmgren is number 4. Well, Sookie now. That just added a little bit of intrigue. Let's keep looking. Let's see if Jabari Smith was a consensus number 1 pick. And Jabari Smith is a consensus number 1 pick. On the mock draft and in the big board. His lowest, he got a Fayetteville, Georgia. I thought he was out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. I was like, oh shit, they sending niggas in the school now? I mean, know this little motherfucker, or at least his family. Let me see if I can get an interview with him. Strength, his lowest rankings are his strength, his rebounding, and his post skills, all at 7s. Okay, let's see here. Comparison, Chris Bosh, Rasheed Lewis. Okay, let's go back to, I found out now where their NBA comparison is at. I see where that's at. So, he was number 1. Chet Holmgren was number 4. Jaden Ivey was number 2. Now I'm just curious to see Paulo Banchero probably is number 3 then. Let's see if he's that high on the big board. If he ain't number 3 on the big board, then that also, no, there he goes, consensus number 3 already. His comparison, Julius Randle, Carmelo. I had it Carmelo Anthony, because that's who I heard from a more trusted source. But Julius Randle, Juwan Howard, and Julius Randle to Juwan Howard is one hell of a skill set, because at your best, that means you're Julius Randle, right? Which is a poor man's Melo when it comes to scoring, right? Versus Juwan Howard, that you might just need your back to the basket a little bit more. You're more of an 18-foot shot guy than a 3-point shot guy. But we'll see about Paulo. his lowest ranking was only in his quickness, right? And that was the only thing that he had ranked at a 7 or below. Other than that, everything else is art. Everything else for Paulo Banchero, all 8s and 9s. Now, I was curious to see again Jaden Ivory, and let's find out what his NBA equivalent is looking like. And his NBA, yep, explosive like a motherfucker. Not the Russell Westbrook and John Moran, Derrick Rose kind of explosion that I was anticipating based on what they were saying, but they do have him being compared to Anthony Edwards and Donovan Mitchell, and that from that guard position is a hell of an explosion. Now, a couple of other names that we mentioned for the New York Knicks, right? Did we mention Keegan Murray? Was he on our list? Keegan Murray out of Iowa State. I think he was the very last one. He's also somebody the New York Knicks won't mind grabbing. He's a 6'8" small forward / power forward. Right? His game is compared to Otis Porter and Michael Porter Jr. It's funny that it's both of the Porter brothers, right? Even though they're not related. 6'8" front court player in frame, good length, mobility, can play minutes alongside the front court. Agile, moves well, gets off the floor quickly off of 2 feet. He's a very good small full spacer. Has a soft shooting touch, consistent shot mechanics for all. So let's see, mechanics for all three. 40% from 3-point range and 4.7 attempts. He could pull up off the bounce. The only thing about it, right? If you get a guy like him, then you got to figure that's more clutter in your power forward position in a sense. Maybe he comes down to small forward, but then you got to figure what do you do for Julius Randle. But he's also another name that I'm hearing associated with the New York Knicks. But also Keegan Murray on most draft boards, right? Even this one that I'm looking at, he is not slated to fall past. Let's see here. Keegan Murray. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, see, they have him in the top 5 on going to Detroit. And then over here, same thing, top 5 going to Detroit. So it looks like the top 5 picks are kind of a wrap. Jabari Smith, Holmgren, Banchero, Ivory, and Murray. They're the 6 through 10 where things start to get shaken up a little bit. Like I said, we mentioned Johnny Davis to you, right? Like I said, he shouldn't fall to the Knicks, but we mentioned him to you as a possibility, and he reminds people of Contavious Caldwell Pope. Also, we mentioned outside of Dyson. Let me see. Did we pull up Dyson Daniels already? No, we put up Johnny Davis. Also, we mentioned Dyson Daniels, who should be gone before we get to the Knicks as well. But he's one of those guys that they're looking at in case he falls, who was Malcolm Brogdon, which is funny because Malcolm Brogdon is being shopped right now by the Indiana Pacers, and they're trying to find a decent price for him. And I know when people think about Malcolm Brogdon, one of the first things that they possibly think of I think I like this guy. That's somebody we could possibly work with. But you have to remind yourself there's a reason why they're trying to get rid of him. Why the Indiana Pacers are trying to get rid of him, and why they like him, and why he is a good player when he is playing. The number one thing there is when he is playing. Because Malcolm Brogdon has had an issue of staying on the court, has had an issue being healthy, and he only has played about half of his games recently. So that is a problem. But it is funny that that one of the individuals they talk about possibly the New York Knicks are interested in is a guy that is compared to Malcolm Brogdon. So we'll see if Johnny Davis falls. That may be a guy that the Knicks go after. But right now, from what I am seeing, right, both mock drafts, right, have the New York Knicks taking A.J. Griffin. And I have his full comparison now too, and I'll give you more detail. I know I gave you some details on the other ones. Like, yo, you didn't even give me the one for the guy that's probably the biggest one. So he has no grade lower than a 7, as well too, and the grades lower than a 7 is in his defense, quickness, leadership, ball handling, and passing. Which is a 6'6" guard. We probably don't need to do all that. Now the defense, he'll learn how to play defense, and his defense will be better. Like, his defense will be better. His best quality is his potential. And his jump shot. Okay. His potential and his jump shot. His jump shot is, I guess, is his best quality. He has rounded in better than his defense, but a little bit lower than his jump shot. His athleticism, his size, his strength, how NBA ready he is, and his overall intangibles. Now, he is 7 on the big board. And the New York Knicks are possibly able to get him at 11th. Did I just hear Chill Will? I just didn't see. I wasn't even looking. I heard a little click somewhere. I was like, wait a minute, where the fuck that noise just come from?
Drop takes, don't you? Drop takes, don't you?
Sir, yes, sir!
Well, if you're gonna drop takes, you might as well go ahead and drop them exhibitiously.
Cleveland! This is for you!
Before we get started, Chill, tell the people where they can find you at.
Chill Will _CLE Charlie Lima Echo Chill on Instagram. You can go to EQ_EXP on Instagram too. That's the business page. We rocking with the best, and also same thing on Facebook. I believe it's EQ_EXP. You know what I mean? It's all good in the hood though. Holla at your boy for your local or your international even DJ services. We do whatever you need in regards to music, sound, all of that stuff, man. We getting it. It's 2022. Still making money.
Yeah, so I was just going over a couple of possible draft prospects for the New York Knicks for the most. Yeah, I mean that.
The guy that you were talking about last time. Like, I've been this on any other year in college basketball. I probably been slipping.
I was just talking about so
the past 2 years.
If you're talking about the guy, I'm talking about that they have most attached to the Knicks right now is AJ Griffin, the 6'6" forward out of Duke from White Plains, New York.
Well, I guess I have been tuned in because Paul Waller.
Yeah.
He probably, you know what I'm saying, and then you got, I don't know who going for that.
So right.
The boy from Auburn probably go first, man.
Yeah. So right now I'll let you know. So locked in from what I'm seeing as the consensus top 5 picks. I haven't seen this different anywhere. Jabari Smith out of Auburn, number 1, the freshman out of Auburn, power forward.
Yeah, he's definitely.
They have him going to the Magic again. To the Magic as the Magic get themselves another big man, and they'll make it to an NBA championship and they'll get swept. Right? So it'll be the 3rd time in history that'll happen, and they'll break the record.
Jabari's a wing player though. He ain't that.
They got him at power forward, a 6'10" power forward. Maybe they move him down to small forward like Kevin Durant when he gets to the NBA. Right now they got him listed as a power forward. Then the number 2 pick they have Chet Holmgren from Gonzaga. Power forward / center from freshman.
He's my favorite. So I've been tuned in.
Yeah, because I think Chet should go. I thought Chet was gonna go number 1. I thought he was gonna be more of a number 1 pick. But for what I'm seeing about how everybody likes Jabari Smith, like, nah, it's not happening.
You must have never seen Jabari play. It's Paolo.
Yeah. Number 3 to Houston, Paolo Banchero out of Duke. Right. Number 4 for Sacramento Kings. They're talking about Jaden Ivey, and then this is where most people think the first trade of the draft is gonna come. Is at number 4 with Sacramento, only because, and I'm assuming because, right, and I'm gonna say this again for
De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, they have enough point guards already. Like they have De'Aaron Fox. They just got rid of Tyler Halliburton, So why would they go ahead and draft Jaden Ivey? So now almost every team is trying to, even including the Knicks, are trying to get up to that number 4 spot to see if they can get him. And then also number 5, Detroit Pistons getting Keegan Murray out of Iowa. That's sophomore, right? So those are the 5 that I haven't seen changed anywhere. It's when you get down to like 6 through 10, or even 6 through 11, where I'm stopping at the Knicks, is where things start to get all over the place. Let's say even for you guys, they have you guys getting Ochia Obaji, the Kansas guard / small forward senior.
They try. I think they might get that. I don't know if he can enter the draft. If you like a different countryman in a different league, it's like it's like the Italy league. It's like the MVP of the Italy, the Italian league.
Yeah, and they're also talking about you guys possibly either getting Maliki Branham out of Ohio State.
That might be him. Oh yeah.
So those are the two that they're kind of.
Ohio State. Yeah.
Those are the 2 guys that they're kind of eyeballing that it looks like.
There's a guy there though that should go higher than that though. Ohio State. Maybe he's not coming out though.
No, that is the highest ranking Ohio State person that I see in the draft, and he is the only Ohio State person I see in the draft.
Where's that?
So again, this thing like so they have the Knicks eyeballing this guy AJ Griffin. Like I said, I mentioned again, unless somebody unless they trade up for Jalen Ivory, or unless Johnny Davis or Keegan Murray or Dyson Daniel falls all the way to the 11th pick, which nobody thinks is going. Like if that happens, then everything in the top 10 was fucked up. Everything that they thought was gonna happen at the top 10 was fucked up, and literally shit just fell into the Knicks' lap. And we all know as Knicks fan, don't shit fall into your lap except for gonorrhea.
I don't know. Golden State, well, as Knicks fans, yeah. Golden State got a lot of drop in their lap.
Yeah.
Their whole scene dropped in their lap.
Exactly. Everything drops in their fucking lap. Like, goddamn. This happens when you.
I mean, they get name everybody on the team dropped in their lap.
Stephen Curry.
Like it's like who else?
One trade, one spot before the Knicks.
Klay
Thompson.
But we picked Tristan Thompson before we picked Klay.
You know what they said? No, not even that. They said that Minnesota Timberwolves should get a ring too because they passed on Steph, they passed on Klay, and they traded Andrew Wiggins. But think about all of them they traded for Andrew Wiggins, but I mean Draymond Green was picked in the 2nd round. Jordan Poole dropped, but they had to develop. They still had to develop him, but he still dropped and they developed. Like developing is still a big.
Draymond in the 2nd round dropped.
Yeah.
Like
Kuminga.
They just took
they got
the best available.
Wiseman is the only one they got high, and that's because that one year that they sucked.
And he ain't even playing. That's the irony of that.
Exactly. They about to get rid of him in a couple years, like DeAndre Ayton. Big man can't. Listen, but
if he healthy, he way better than DeAndre. I'm gonna tell you right now. If he healthy, it's over.
But if he's not healthy, he's gonna be gotten. If he's not healthy, which they're showing that he's not right now.
Right. But I'm just telling you.
If he's healthy.
For the next 5 years, the league is a wrap. They probably gonna win the 3 out of 5 next year.
Oh, KJ was here earlier. It's funny you guys came in different order, but KJ was here earlier. And not only do I want the Warriors to repeat, there's a small point that wants them to repeat for some reason.
Yeah, I think they can definitely do it though. Like it's just, I've been telling people that you don't know that they can literally win the next like who's gonna beat them if they can. Only people that can have the capability to even beat them is Brooklyn, but they can't get their shit together.
Yeah.
Now listen, that was before I thought about this. I'll be honest. Then I said, Giannis. Giannis is a different type of animal, and he is that guy. He's definitely for sure that guy. You give him one more running, he don't need more than Middleton. But if you give him one more running mate, he's the only one that can. He would be their kryptonite. And I say if it's 3 out of 5 years, he would get those other 2. Maybe Brooklyn if they can get their shit together. But ain't nobody beating them, bro. I said this 2 years ago. And we on tape. We got it on tape.
No, yeah, listen, we didn't disagree with you. We ain't disagree with you.
I mean,
we ain't fight you on it. Like, listen,
that's ridiculous.
this podcast as a whole have seen these go. So that's the thing that's funny. So during the broadcast, they said a couple of things that I completely disagree with. One, nobody saw this coming. That's a lie. If you did not see this coming, then you ain't been watching the basketball, because we've been seeing this reemergence, right? This resurrection, this Undertaker. I just got the shit beat out of me, and I'm about to sit up and apply my tombstone on your ass.
Right.
Like, if you didn't see that shit coming, then you haven't been watching the story enough, because we kind of seen it.
Side note, you just remind me about this AEW clip, man. Like, they bro, that shit is exciting. This is what WCW used to be. I mean, WWF used to be with the Rockers. You know what I'm saying? With the Bret Harts, the Hart family. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's exciting to see, bro. And they got this little clip. I forgot who was wrestling. There's this little sequence they had. I'm posted in the chat. It was awesome, bro. You had to see it. But yeah, man, that's exactly how they went.
God damn,
exactly.
Angels. Angels had the bases loaded, and they were only able to drive home one run. It is now the top of the sixth. They do hold the lead over the Kansas City Royals, folks. 1-0. Sorry, had to get a quick update out there. And I'm gonna check it out. Yeah, no, AEW is definitely exciting. They do have a they have a different exciting brand of wrestling. Is it not? Wait, not WCW. They're more like
more
what?
Athletic. They're more sequenced. They're
Hold on. They're more like. Where did? Damn, I'm trying to remember. Where did AJ Styles come from? Wait, it's AEW, isn't it? Hold on. Where did AJ Styles come from? It's whatever that used to be back in the day.
Not back in the day though. AEW ain't back in the day. Like I'm saying, like, I think the WWF was like this in the beginning, because like I said, they had the Rockers, they had the Hart family, they had the British Bulldogs, they had like kind of fit guys that would do nice sequences, maybe not high flying like Rey Mysterio's and shit, like, but they still had good sequences.
Here we go.
Like,
no, okay, it was TNA. AEW reminds me of TNA, where their moves, like, because I'm gonna tell you, I like, to take people behind the curtain. There are some moves that WWE will not allow you to do anymore because they become liabilities, and it's almost like load management. It's like their own version of load management,
right?
Because they'll let you wrestle. They'll let you wrestle 2 matches every single night if they have to, but there's certain moves that they'll tell you to stop attempting, or they may tell you stop. And obviously when you're in indie wrestling or other brands, they don't tell you to stop that, which also means that, so in a weird way, when you give people a list move of things that they can't do, it tends to also limit innovation and creativity, right? Because you're always trying to wonder, when you tell them that they can't do certain moves.
Right. When you tell them they can't do certain, that brings out the creativity. You gotta figure something out. You gotta
but also, you see it happening. It makes them reluctant to want to do certain moves because it doesn't look exciting enough. In TNA and AEW, they don't have that hang up. Let's go, full turkey. Cause I'm gonna tell you, the best wrestling you will still watch to this day is an indie wrestling match. So for people that really love wrestling, when you get indie wrestling on television, it's the best of both worlds, because it feels like you have that small time, that small time event where where even though they all follow rules, but you get way more out of the, like excitable shit, right? Versus put it this way. By now, WWE has a plug and play skeleton for storylines. David versus Goliath, male versus female, tactician versus, like, they have that already built in. So that's what you get a lot of times. Like, you don't realize it, but all you do is get the same get the same story regurgitated with two different people.
Yeah.
Right?
I can see that.
But and not for nothing, These other entities, they do it too, but they're able to be edgier with it. They're able to be raunchy with it. When it comes to their moveset, they're able to be more daring with it. And that's what makes them more exciting to watch a lot of times over what has been WWE and WWF. But like I said, WWE and WWF, they found their formula. And it's almost like they found their NFL formula that makes it hard for them to fail as long as they keep doing what the fuck they're doing.
Right.
Well, there's one thing they have to stop doing. Vince McMahon is gonna have to stop pulling his dick out and stop soliciting women.
He's out though. So
Yeah, he
he
just had to step down as the CEO and chairman, but not before he made an appearance on SmackDown and on Raw, and made sure that the audience sung his theme music. That was basically like him saying this to the people investigating him: "You have no chance, no chance in hell."
He gonna fight. He gonna fight to get his spot back, but he's public. He can't.
Yeah, so
I don't
see,
know how you do that.
he
But
has
he's
to.
probably just gonna buy more shares.
Yeah, he has to step down right now. And all he's doing is stepping down. He hasn't sold off his shares, but he's stepping down right now because he's a publicly traded company now. See, and that's only. I'm gonna tell you right now. That's the only reason he is stepping down. Is because in around 2016 or so, 2015, they became a publicly traded company. Like they have stockholders, they have chairmen. I'm one of their stockholders. Like I'm one of their stockholders, and my niece is one of their stockholders. Like I've been had stock in WWE. I think they're one of the first 2 stocks I bought. If they're not one of the very first one.
Yeah, that shit up because AEW coming. I don't want they can coexist. I hope they can.
AEW gotta become publicly traded first. Listen, I don't have to give up
They won't.
Yeah, I don't have to give up WWE to get AEW stock. I'll just buy AEW stock on top of it. Listen, say I can't get both of them. Like I don't gotta non-compete once you buy stock. Like nah, get them all. Buy Nike, Reebok, Adidas, fucking Pumas, like all of that shit.
Man, I done lost so much on Bitcoin. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm actually glad.
I'm keeping it though.
I haven't lost on Bitcoin because I haven't really invested in Bitcoin. Ironically, it's one of those things. I ain't gonna lie. It's one of those things I have been very slow on pulling the trigger on.
Well, if anytime you want to pull the trigger, be not up.
Like I bought other cryptocurrencies, but I think I bought cryptocurrency. I bought Bitcoin earlier, like $50 worth, and then it zeroed out or some shit like that. Something happened. Something weird happened. Right, but so folks, that is your draft prospect. Listen, how far into the podcast are we? Because I know we already did our first hour. We're coming up on our second hour, on our third hour pretty soon. The draft is tomorrow night. We're gonna see how all of this shapes up, right? You guys know, like, listen, I'm a Knicks fan, so I'm heavy on the Knicks talk. Right, that's really like one of the number one like teams I'm worried about because obviously I want to see if my Knicks can get better and I want to see if they make the right move. There are really only 3 teams I heard about possibly fucking up their pick in the top 15. The Sacramento Kings, because they've been fucking that shit up since Linsanity. The New York Knicks, who we're not surprised about, but surprisingly also the Portland Trail Blazers. That's the reason we say, like, listen, if depending on how things go, like, we may have a very interesting draft, and I doubt that any of those guys are just gonna fall to the Knicks, because guys, the individuals that I talk about never fall to the Knicks. What they do is that they fall to the spot right before the Knicks, and then the team right before them gets him, and then he becomes
what
a fourth.
You mean like with the trades, like Kyrie, and like you mean like with the trade or like the actual draft?
The draft. They're talking about the draft.
Okay.
Yeah, like guys like Johnny Davis and Dyson Daniels, right? They're not gonna fall to the Knicks, right? Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey, they're not gonna fall to the Knicks. And if they did fall, and the Knicks were about to get them, guess what's gonna happen? The Washington Wizards are gonna pick them at the 10th pick. Like, and the next thing you know, the Washington Wizards is gonna have their franchise reestablished. And suddenly they're gonna next thing you know, we're gonna be talking about them 13 years later as a 4-time champion. Listen, shit hurts over here. And listen, when it comes to the
There might
Miami,
be some people moving though. Like Lakers definitely gonna make some moves. You know, they try at least attempt it. And I don't know if the Knicks. So let me.
well, the Knicks are the Knicks are.
Remind me your starting five, bro.
Oh well. I can't tell you that because I don't know who the point guard is right now. To be honest with you, because I don't know because it's not Kemba Walker. It's not gonna be Derrick Rose. So it's not Emmanuel Quickly. Cause they have so I don't know who it's not Deuce McBride. That's the reason why we're talking about the Knicks. That's the reason why we're over here talking about the Knicks. What's that? Okay, so it's okay. So I'll tell you who the 4 is. Right?
It's 2 though. It's 2 that y'all possibly get. I think it's an overseas point guard over there. I cannot remember his name, but I think it's gonna be shook up because a lot of those names coming, but there's gonna be some overseas names in that conversation. So it may be somebody to drop to y'all for real. No bullshit.
We will see. That's the reason why the Knicks are trying. I've been talking about this whole time. The Knicks are trying to move up to number 4 to get the point guard Jaden Ivory, but also the other guys I've mentioned possibly falling. Right, I kept on mentioning they were also other guards. Not Keegan Murray, but who was the other guard I mentioned? Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong page. No wonder I can't find that shit easily. We also talked about no. Jaden Ivory's the only point guard. The other position they keep on trying to address is shooting guard. And it's like if we can't get a point guard, we're gonna go wing player, because they need that too. Because remember, they got Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier, and those 2 guys end up being their primary point guard and shooting guard for the majority of the season until they decided to sit down Kemba. But Evan Fournier was basically there the whole entire time, and they sat down Kemba and they tried everything. At one point in time, they had Alex Burke. They had him running point. They had Derrick Rose run point for a little bit, and then he ended up getting injured and missing out the remainder of the season. Deuce McBride ran point for them for a little bit as well. So they've basically tried everything. Like I said, it's been the Knicks' problem for the last 20 years. When you ask them who's their starting 5, it's hard to say it because the New York Knicks haven't had a point guard since the fucking Linsanity era. But
it's Dang. I think Dang. He's like I want to see if he's like a point guard. I cannot remember his first name.
Who?
I don't think it's either like I don't think it's Low. It's like not Lou like Luau Dang, but it's just named Dang or Dang.
Usmani Dang.
Yes.
He's a 6'9". He's a 6'9" shooting guard. Small forward out of France.
Yeah. So he's the guy I've been thinking about. Like that. He seemed like he's nice. I watched tape of him like a couple of months ago, and he seemed like he's nice. I don't know. I mean, the biggest thing is these guys could be skillful, but you can't rate their heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if you look at Jason Tatum, he's soft. You know what I'm saying? Like you look at these guys, they don't have that urgency, that heart. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't got the Kobe in them. They don't got the Mamba. They don't got the
you wanna hear my Jason Tatum jokes? Since we're talking about that, you wasn't here for that.
Sure.
So, did you hear why Jason Tatum performed so bad in Game 6?
No, I didn't.
He loves Kobe so much that he couldn't let the Celtics pass the Lakers in titles.
That makes sense.
Also, he loves Kobe so much that he had to have it end. He had to have it end in 2-4. Those are my Jason Tatum jokes. Listen, I see these things on the internet for real. Like I'm like, yo, they don't stop. They don't. But that's what he gets for staking on unlucky number 13 for his scoring title. Oh, did you know? The night of the game, there was a flood warning in Boston. Seriously.
Really?
Yes. Cause I tell you, I've been watching the feed, I haven't stopped watching the feed. In the beginning of the production, right, from the ABC production on the local feed, it keeps popping up on the tickler for like the first quarter that there is a flood warning. There's a flood warning. There's a flood. I'm like, if that ain't an omen right there, and the Splash Brothers coming to town and there's a flood warning, like, yeah, you losing. You taking a big L on this one. And folks, we just passed midnight. I thought I was gonna possibly give you like another half hour, not another half hour, but another 20 minutes or so of podcasting. You know, it's gonna be like only another 10, but I think I may cut this here and start working and start winding down and working our outros in here, right? Because like I said, the draft is tomorrow. I don't believe, again, guys, if I go on the air Friday, it's gonna be quickly between 5 and 6, or like 5:30 and 6:30, because I have to make it to my niece's graduation party. So I really have to get off of work, and then the party's supposed to start at 6, which means that I have until 7:45 to get there. Stop, I'm joking. At the latest, I'll be willing to get there like at 7 o'clock, right? If it starts at 6, right? But yeah, so I have that, so we won't be potted that night. And if I do pod, so listen, don't look forward to a podcast on Friday, but if I do pod, it's gonna be for a quick hour or so, and that's so that we can go over who was drafted in the lottery of the NBA draft. That's all we'll go over, the first 14 picks, if we do anything on Friday, and then on Monday we'll go over the rest of the draft. Then, folks, everybody, I thank you guys for listening to the MyT Sports Podcast. I'm trying to take a look-see here, see if there's anything that... Yo, I got a Charlotte story real quick. Right? So I know I told you guys that Mike Brown is heading over to Sacramento, right? And he's called his team could be possibly the best pick and roll trio in the league. What's that?
Do they keep De'Aaron Fox? Do they keep him, or they pass a play?
Well,
De'Aaron Fox.
I'm gonna tell you this. Because it's been so hard to get that number 4 pick off of Sacramento, maybe teams are going about this the wrong way. Maybe everybody keeps going after the number 4 pick, and maybe they need to go after De'Aaron Fox.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Like, you take De'Aaron Fox and give me the 11th pick, along with a pick.
Right, so,
along with a player and a pick 2 years from now. Right?
I feel like he's like another just like good piece that could be.
They fucked up. They
like,
better
like Monte Ellis.
Yeah, they bet on the
Jamal Crawford. Like if they was in the right place, they'd be awesome.
Yeah.
You know, they just need to move on.
I think the majority of the basketball world thinks this, and I think and if they do trade De'Aaron Fox, then Sacramento's come to the realization they bet on the wrong point guard. They should have kept Tyler Halliburton and traded De'Aaron Fox. I think that's what everybody thought should have happened.
Hold on, really? I don't even know much about him. Like, you keep who said what is it? And you know, something like you're talking about this dude, this power forward in Toronto. What's his name?
No, not Tyler Halliburton. Tyler Halliburton, the point guard that was in Sacramento.
Right. I don't know much about him. I don't know if he's good or not.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
No. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so because honestly, I'm gonna tell you why. We go there, and I'm pretty sure this is the overall consensus. There's not that much at this current stage in their career. They look to be about this. They look to be about equally talented, and it looks like Tyler Halliburton can be a much better point guard than De'Aaron Fox is. And also, at this current level or at this current time, they both are giving you the same amount of wins. So why not go with the younger guy, who is Tyler Halliburton? So Tyler Halliburton looks like the better point guard, and he's the younger guy. When they got rid of him for Sabonis, a lot of people were trying to go after De'Aaron Fox. So that's who everybody thought they were going to get rid of, and that wasn't the case. And I honestly believe, and I think the majority of the league believes, and if Sacramento drafts Jaden Ivory, then they've come to the realization that they bet on the wrong point guard, and they're trying to start over with a new point guard. And that's the case. Like you said, you may have touched on something. They could be going after the wrong guy. Everybody keeps going after the number 4 pick to get Jaden Ivory. They may need to go after De'Aaron Fox and give up a couple other picks. Or package the same thing for De'Aaron Fox. so that Sacramento could go ahead and get De'Aaron Fox, tag on another young players, you know what I mean, somewhere in this draft as well, and have those guys go on and move on from Fox, and have whatever team that wants to fantasize about Fox have them swipe him up. But on top, I was even trying to talk about
team like the Lakers. I'm trying to get Fox. Like what?
If you're the Lakers, you may want to get maybe if you think that LeBron James could be an influence on him enough to be able to start molding him, but still he's still not productive enough to help you win a championship for 2 years, even if you get him on the Lakers.
What, AD?
Oh, you talking about AD? I was talking about De'Aaron Fox. I thought you said Fox.
With AD.
Oh no, still no. So even still with AD, like yeah, even with AD, De'Aaron Fox may not be able to mature enough to get you a championship for the next 2 years. He may need 1 full year to fuck up and have a J.R. Smith moment. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like I really like as much as everybody likes De'Aaron Fox, I honestly believe that Sacramento bet on the wrong point guard. They got rid of the wrong guy. Which is why I'm telling you, people think that Sacramento may fuck up in this draft. Like passing on Jaden Ivory may be the wrong thing for them to do. They mean it. They probably need to get rid of De'Aaron Fox and draft Jaden Ivory. But Mike Brown likes how this combination is, and we'll see how they play out. You know, it's so funny that shit is getting so bad in Charlotte that I told you that Atkins doesn't even want to be there anymore. He's like, fuck this, I'd rather be an assistant in Golden State than go fuck with your shithole. Like, did you hear the story about these 2 kids that they snuck into the Charlotte Hornets parking garage to try to see Melo and see if they could get a picture with him? Instead, they ran into somebody that they didn't really recognize, and it took them some time to recognize him. And then when they did, and they asked him for a picture, he said no. That individual that they didn't quite recognize initially was Michael Jordan. I'm like, damn. You probably have owned at least 3 pairs of his kicks by now. Looking at these little motherfuckers, and yeah, you can't easily recognize his ass. But folks, that's one of the stories I have. I think.
Crazy.
Yeah, but funny part about it is Jordan saying no, you can't get a picture or an autograph with me. Because that was LaMelo. They would have had pictures all up in that bitch. They would have had pictures. They would have been sipping on his lean, smoking on his joint. You're doing all kinds of craziness going on. You would have invited them back to the hotel room. They would have got their Cassidy on. I'm excited. I'm excited for this draft tomorrow, man. I really am. I'm excited for every draft. So I realize when it comes to the basketball and football, I am pretty much locked in almost all year, and I'm definitely locked into their drafts. Baseball has a fugazi draft, like so. No, I don't think anybody can really follow it, and also they don't bring their prospects up right away. That makes that kind of makes it
even more the reason why you need to be watching college.
This kind of makes it a mute point. College baseball?
No, basketball and football, bro. You know what I mean. Don't be ridiculous.
I do watch college. I watch college about as much as I watch baseball.
Face. Hey, I'm not even watching you. You couldn't even say that shit with a straight face.
I did say it with a straight face, though.
I'm not even watching you. You definitely did.
I did, though.
I
don't, though, because what you...
I know. I said watch that shit. You never said it with a straight face.
But initially I did. Oh, man. Sue Bird's last year. 13-time All-Star. The All-Star game is coming up pretty soon for them.
You segue into this shit.
Listen, I just saw her pop up on the screen.
You do it innately. You do it on purpose, innately. Always. It's just horrible. I must watch that shit.
You all right? Because I already mentioned it. I did mention it earlier today, but I did have to make sure I mentioned it again while you were on the air.
Yeah, it's just but I know the Bleacher Report is picking it up and shouting them out now. So they starting to push more.
I told you they got an influx of money this year that went to the promotion and globalization remember I was telling you, like, and that's why I said, like, I like how little things are happening, because things take progress, and guys like Al Davis, right, coming into the fold and automatically saying, like, okay, we need to do something more with your advertisement and thing, and I'm gonna kind of bring some of this NFL philosophy into this, you know what I mean, to try to help us out. And then you see once he got there, right, and also based off the momentum from stuff that Kobe was doing and other players, they got an influx of money coming in this season just for branding and advertisement and embedment of the game. But also with the Al Davis deal, I always tell people, like, that deal alone was such a crucial deal for that Vegas team, right, for the Las Vegas Aces, because you have to remember, this is a team that was the Las Vegas Aces were a team that were owned by MGM Group, right? So they were basically kind of owned by Vegas. They were owned by the MGM Group. So we're talking about halftime shows that had Cirque du Soleil kind of shit. You understand? The halftime shows for the Las Vegas Aces, for the time that they were owned by MGM Group, was lit. It was like watching a fucking Vegas show. You had fucking tigers, you had lions, you had bears, you had burning fucking hoops, you had Cirque du Soleil, you had fucking motherfuckers hanging from the goddamn ceiling, motherfuckers swallowing swords. Yet in fucking Brooklyn, New York, and in Cleveland, all they have is the bowl lady and the guy on the bike.
Why you gotta
Because you're here. You know what I mean? And when they sold the team, they really were very picky in making sure that they were selling it to somebody that at least at face value sounded like all they wanted to do was continue to better the team and better the game of the and better the sport of WNBA. That's why they went with Al Davis specifically, because he met the criteria of how they were looking for continuing to grow the game of, or how they would have wanted this to go if they would have continued. You know what I mean, in an upward direction, because they're trying to grow. They are. Like, they understand that there's holes in their game, and they understand that they're always going to be critics of reason and people using every petty reason that they can find to not want to watch them, right? But because, like I said, what ends up happening is the reason why even I sometimes I can't watch college. Huh? Yeah, the reason. Listen, it's the same reason why I can't watch college sometimes. I just prefer professional sports. I prefer watching professionals.
College football is a better brand of every way.
But not okay. But see, not to me. It's not a better brand of football than the NFL. I just like the professional football. Like, you understand? That's the reason why why it's been hard. The reason it's been hard for me over all of these years.
I understand this statement, but I want to understand the statement.
Okay, so
if you know what I mean.
The reason it's been hard for
but I want to understand how you feel like that's the case.
What, that college football is a better brand than the NFL?
There's no harder fundamental.
Man, college basketball is fugazi. Okay, when it honestly comes to college sports, you watch 25 teams out of 182. That you're not watching. Okay, put it this way, This is the difference, honestly, between college and football. You're not a fan of your team. You're not really a fan of your team. When it comes to your college sports, you are not watching every single game that your team plays. You only watch the televised games or the teams or the games against ranked opponents. You're watching half of their games. And that's what you're judging your whole entire season of them. Because I tried to watch college. I tried to be part of that. I tried watching Syracuse versus fucking Colgate. That shit was a horrible fucking game. It was 60 to fucking 22.
What? And the Sparks against the fucking, I don't even know.
Exactly. So like I said, so you don't watch all of your games. You don't hang on every single game and every single play like you do with your professional teams. No, you're only watching their ranked games or games against power conferences or games against top 25. Nobody's watching Colgate versus. Okay, so when Syracuse was at when Syracuse when Syracuse was at its best, right? Nobody is watching Syracuse versus Colgate. You know when you're watching Syracuse? When they're playing Duke. when they're playing Kentucky. You're not watching Syracuse like half the. You know what I mean? You're not watching Syracuse versus Iona. You're not watching Syracuse versus Davidson without Stephen Curry being there. Nobody's really watching those games. They don't care about those games. But you know what you care about on any given day? You still care about Knicks versus Detroit. You still care about Knicks versus Pacers. You still care about Knicks versus Oklahoma City. You still care about Jets versus Jaguars. You still care about Jets versus Browns. You still care about Jets versus Eagles. You still care about them versus everybody. Because they're on the professional level, you care about every single matchup, every single game. When it comes to college, you don't give a fuck about. And when it comes to professional, you damn near care about all 30 teams, all 32 teams. When it comes to college, you care about a fifth of the league. I don't even think about a fifth. You care about a tenth of the league. A tenth of the league you actually give a fuck about. That's not real love for the sport. That's you. That's honestly, when it comes to college, what you are is a college. When it comes to college, you're all a bunch of bandwagoners. That's all you care about are the top 25. You're a fucking league of bandwagon fans.
What?
That's all you care about. You care about only the best teams in the league. You're a bunch of bandwagoners. If they're not the top 25, you don't give a fuck about them. All you college sports, but
why are you saying this?
Because you don't watch all the games. You don't care about every game. You're not watching your team play Division II game. You understand? There's games you don't give a fuck about, and also you don't care about the whole entire college league. You only care about 30 teams out of 300. I tried watching this shit. No, I'm telling you, I tried watching this shit. But you know what I couldn't do? I couldn't watch every game, and I couldn't follow every fucking team. I had to learn. Oh, I'm only supposed
to do that in the NFL, bro. You can't tell me who right now is the Jacksonville Jaguars starting defensive tackle.
I couldn't tell you any teams that starting defensive tackle.
Well, thank you. So that's my point. You don't watch all them shits. You don't watch.
But okay. You know what? No. Let's give you the better comparison. I'll give you the better comparison. I'll give you the better comparison, Mr. College lover and Mr. NFL lover. You can't name me every team starting quarterback.
Of course.
But you can do it for the NFL. You can't do it for college. You only can do it for about 25 teams. Maybe 30 out of 300. I'm saying, I get it.
I'm not the one that's claiming to watch everything, though.
But okay then. But
the Houston Jaguars versus the Detroit Lions. You care about the Jets versus the.
But I'm watching. Okay, see, there's different comparisons. Right? And one comparison is watching the whole league, and one comparison is just trying to watch every game that your team plays. And you still can't even do that in college. Like I said, because nobody is watching Syracuse versus Colgate. Even Syracuse fans aren't watching Syracuse versus Colgate. When it comes to Jets fans, you can watch Jets versus Browns. You can watch Jets versus Jaguars. You can watch Jets versus Lions. You can watch Jets versus Giants. You understand? You can watch them against the sorriest teams in the league and still and still be tuned in. You don't give a fuck about them playing all these other lesser teams in these other leagues. You don't. You don't watch every. You don't watch every game.
If I'm an Iowa fan, okay. If I'm an Iowa fan, if I'm a Wyoming fan, if I'm a Minnesota fan, if I'm a Northwestern fan. You just speaking to the Ohio State fan right now.
Okay, no. I was speaking to Syracuse fans. Like I said, when they are playing the Colgates of the world, nobody is watching those games.
Yes, because Syracuse is ass and they can lose to Colgate.
Yeah, they don't lose to Colgate.
Bro,
they have a record of like 184 and 0.
So what I'm trying to tell you, if you a Penn State fan, to watch. You're going to watch the Minnesota game, but you also going to watch the Ohio State game. But you also going to watch the North Dakota State, because you don't know. Like your team it's 8-4 in the Big Ten last year. You don't know if your team can beat Liberty. that year. You don't know what type. You know what I'm saying? You don't know if your team can beat Jackson State. You know, Jackson State, Mississippi Valley State, junior college that year.
So like I said, most college fans, they only pay attention to the top 25, top 30 teams at best. Everybody else, like they treat like they treat like stepchildren.
Fans are the top 25. So if you're a college fan, you got a team. You like I get first of all, I got my teams. I gotta have more than one because it's college. But Ohio State, I'm Ohio. I can't help it. My team, Ohio State, but I also root for Cincinnati. Ever since I can imagine, you know what I'm saying? Ruben Patterson, you know what I'm saying? Like Kenyon Martin, Nick Van Axel, Steve Logan, like some of those guys I went to school with, like that I went there. Like so, I root for them.
Like for years there was for years there was no reason to watch University of Miami versus FAU. I don't know if there's still a reason to watch FA against any of those teams against FAU. Yeah, but FAU just started coming up. But for years, when they played FAU, it was like, okay, nobody pays attention to this game. There's not one person that goes to FAU that really even cared about FAU versus UM. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why people are fraudulent.
Man, come on though. I'm trying to. You're not feeling me, bro. You're not, because you ain't a college fan. You saying crazy stuff right now.
I'm telling you, like I tried. I tried watching all these games, but you can't watch every single game. You can't even try to.
You don't. That's not what you. You don't do that in the NFL, and the NBA, bro.
I've tried to watch. Listen, I've tried to watch every game in the NBA, and I've gotten damn near close on the years that I can. I've done the same thing for football, and I've gotten close. Listen, if I've had the package, I have watched every game.
MLB, you're not watching all them games.
I'm not watching MLB. Listen, the only thing I can guarantee you for MLB, I'm watching 162 games of my team.
You can't even guarantee that. You full of shit because you gotta work.
No, I said that's the most I can guarantee you. Just watching 162.
You can't even guarantee that. You can't guarantee 100. Maybe TiVo, like going back.
No, yeah, no, of course, yeah, they're all, yeah, of course, they're all on. Listen, I can't watch none of this stuff unless it's on demand anymore.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that that's not just because it's not even equivalent because there's so many teams that you ain't got as near as much teams as in the NFL. So you can't. I mean, that it's so stark right from difference. Just like 162 games in baseball. This is just a difference. It's just so much more to watch. So can't nobody physically. That don't make them not a fan though, because you can't watch all those games. And you wouldn't watch all those games. But I guarantee you, Colgate fans watch all their games. I guarantee you, fucking San Diego State, they watch all their games. And people who are fans of San, you know what I'm saying? So that's all that matters. You bring in the. I don't think that.
No. Like Colgate fans are gonna watch all their games, and then they'll watch the top 30.
No,
but if you're in the top,
Big Ten,
but if you're in the top 30,
I see a Big Ten.
but if you're the guys that's constantly in the top 30 and the top power, you're only watching your top 30 people. Most times I talk to college fans, right? That's all they talk is they like, listen, none of these other games matter. They don't catch any of these other little games. Every game they catch, they only care about the front running games, the big games that's on television, the big games that goes against ranked opponents. None of these other games matter.
Make them scout. They scouting the competition. That's what that make. You're not about to watch the Jets. Like, well, I don't know who the fuck your team is now.
It's the Jets. No, let's go.
You like the Miami Heat for football. So it's the Jets. Okay, cool. So if the Jets about to play the 2018 Browns, you're not watching it.
I watched it.
I mean, I'm saying like you're not really. I'm sorry. I'll take that back.
Jets were horrible. The Browns were horrible. I was watching that game because the last thing I wanted was for them to give the Browns their first win in the last 4 years. Like, I was watching.
Whatever the case may be, is that you're not watching no team that's out. Well, I'll put it this way. You're not watching the Browns and that 2018 Browns and the Detroit Lions. You're not scouting the Browns, but you probably will if the Jets is, in first place, go out and watch who the fuck is over there, the New England Patriots game, or the Miami Dolphins, if they in second place on NBA, in the league pass, you're gonna probably stop and watch that shit.
It's just hard. See, it's hard to put it because
competition.
Football is very easy to go back and watch every game during the week. Just
Right,
put on
but
every
you're not
game.
Going back
Just
to watch Detroit versus Browns.
They may be the.
2018.
I go back and watch them. They may be the last game I put on, but they still make it onto the list of games that I'm going to rewatch during the week.
Bro. You will go see. I'm talking about in that year, specifically though. Like when you watching TV, you're not about to be like, all right, let me go watch the Browns and just to. I mean, you might have to see how shitty they are, but overall, if you want to watch the people who go, if you're in first place, you got to watch the people who go. It's my competition, how they looking at, and that's all that is in college. You gonna see your competition. You want me to go watch somebody that you figure you're gonna beat anyway. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Fans or no fans, unless you just bored and you ain't got shit else to do. I just feel like it don't. I mean, you don't have to be to be a fan means you follow your team, no matter what, and they gonna. I mean, that's it. That's it. Sometimes you're gonna. Why would you watch? It's for money. You already know it's a bullshit game. Everybody knows it's a bullshit game.
And then also
When they get to
part of the
Big
reason
Ten
why,
play or SEC play,
but also part of the reason why you can't watch Syracuse versus Colgate. The game is no competition. It's honestly no competition. It's bad. And also, I'm sorry, these college games, they're harder for me to watch. They're slower. There's less scoring. Except for in college. Like college is more scoring in football, but the defense is fugazi. It looks like anybody could go out there and throw a fucking touchdown. It's hard to watch because it's all you do is sling the fucking shit all over the place and everybody scores every 2 fucking seconds. I don't like easy scoring and I don't like no scoring. I want competition.
you just don't know what you want, bro. Cause that ain't. Yes, bro.
No, for years. Like college football is just okay. Listen, the team that's ranked number 2, they play the 45th ranked team, and even though they're going to beat this team, they're not judging them about you beating them. It's about how bad you beat that team. Because since they're ranked the 45th team and you're the number 2 team, then you should be able to blow them out by 40 points and not just beat them by 20 points. Because it is commonplace that teams in football get blown out by 20 and fucking 40 points because there's so much disparity in the goddamn talent in the majority of the goddamn games.
Well, they're about to fix that.
So you see what I mean? Like there's been so many. I see people that like college and even talk about the competition is better. No, you're conditioned to think that because when you really watch the competition is not better. Competition is not better. I'm sorry, competition is not better. Not in college basketball, not in college football. Competition is not better on an everyday basis. It is not. On an everyday basis, it is not a better product. They build hype into it because of the crowds and other stuff on it. On the field, it is not a better product. It is a worse product. It is less discipline. There's less scoring. There's less technique.
That's not the truth.
The only time there's more scoring is when we're talking about in college football, and that's because these motherfuckers put up 84 to 14 games. What is good about that? You know what's so funny? Because when there's a blowout in professional football, like motherfuckers like KJ and you guys talk about, oh, I can't watch this. All I want to see is good competition, but you accept that shit every week in college football. See, in professional sports, I can watch a blowout because I can see you professionally doing your job. You are now just a better team. You're imposing your will. It isn't because, oh, you have all of these 5-star recruits here playing against fucking 2-star fucking talent. Suddenly. Like, no.
This is ridiculous, man. I don't get it. Like, these, as you're known, but you're known to those things are known. Like, what you're saying.
So okay, so you're saying that these are known things. So in there you accept bad play. In there you accept blowouts. In there you accept lopsidedness. So all of the shit that you wouldn't accept in your professional sport, you'd be like, oh, this is a known factor that I accept in my college.
I don't see that, and you're not talking about that. LSU, Alabama. Of course you're gonna get that. It's lopsided when the Steelers play the Browns and the Browns suck. They beat
It's
them
not 80
to 14.
It's not 84-6 every other week.
Man, it ain't that way in college, man.
It's not 70
like that,
it's not 72-12. It's not
so every
it's
once in a while you gonna get those
it's
games,
not
but
60 it's not 60.
That's not what's happening.
Teams aren't putting up
Bro,
60
are
points.
cheating.
60 points every goddamn no, come on, man. Like until
Oh,
recently,
You are such an exaggerator.
no,
bro.
until
This
recently,
does not happen.
we haven't seen NFL come anywhere close to the scoring in college. And also part of the reason for that the scoring has been so lopsided is because the talent disparity is so lopsided. Like I said, for the reasons why you guys say that you can't watch professional basketball. Oh my God, this game's a blowout. I can't watch this shit. This shit is no fun. But let it be a college game. This is a blowout. Yeah, come on, let's go. Like you understand? You guys are jumping up and down and showing cheers because that's what we're supposed to do. We need but that's every other game. A 60-point blowout, 40-point blowout, 30-point blowout, and you're being judged by how bad you blow a team out. Let you get a good solid 2-point win. Oh no, that was a bad week. You lose in your power rankings. You drop down 5 spots.
But that don't mean the kid's not playing hard or they're not fundamental just because they're outmatched physically. That's not why that's happening. What's happening normally when that happens is that they're outmatched because they're a bunch of 2- and 3-star recruits.
Exactly. So you're not even playing against anybody.
5-star recruits. So what I'm saying to you is that already is out. That's only like 2 or 3 games out of their schedules on college. Fine, we got that. Everybody knows that. But the other games aren't like that. Big ass blowouts. Like you don't see that in Georgia and Alabama.
Boise State 64-3.
I was out of even with the out of schedule, out of conference games. They get their own upsets.
These games These games are net or a lot of times lopsided games.
I'm saying my point is that that's just because that's the nature of the beast overall. That's not their schedule.
Okay, cool.
That's not.
But you can watch. So how are you able to watch a lopsided college game, but you can't watch a lopsided NFL game or a lopsided basketball game?
You just said it yourself, bro. There's way more college teams. You make it like it don't happen like that in the NFL when it does. And you definitely see week to week a team getting their ass penalty 42-7 or 42-10. Or you know what I'm saying, something like that's the same thing in college, right?
Nah,
same thing.
College be 64-6.
Okay, but
82-12. Like they damn near put up 100 points. They be putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers in the college games.
That's not most college games though. You gonna get them. Yes, you gonna get them. But what I'm saying, that ain't most college games. And then, it's okay. You got that. But then the next week they ain't got nothing to do with unless you play in Alabama.
Like I said,
when they get to their conference schedule, that's what everybody know that.
So you understand this. So
they're making a favor of those games.
So for most people, how they can't watch professional. I don't know why. When it comes to some professional games, if it's a blowout, they can't watch it. They start getting in their feelings and start peeing in their pampers. That's how I feel about college blowout games. I can't watch blowout games in college. I'm like, why the fuck am I? One, I don't know half of the people fucking here anyway, so I really only want to watch a good game. And this is a fucking blowout. I'm turning this channel because none of this shit means anything to me. I'm watching the game and all of a sudden it's a 50-point blowout. Why the fuck am I watching a 50 fucking point blowout game in the first fucking half? And now that team took out their whole entire starting unit and now they're playing their second squad. Why am I watching this?
Your team.
As a casual fan, why would I go into that watching? As a fan of sports, why would I see exactly? But yet, the same people that can watch that can't watch if there's a blowout game. Like they had a hard. No, I'm not. Because the person I'm talking about is KJ. KJ hates watching blowout games.
One person.
But no, he shares a sentiment with a lot of people.
Me too.
He shares a playoff sentiment where basketball, NFL games, NBA games, it's a blowout. You can't watch it.
You don't expect that in the NFL, though, bro. You don't expect that.
So
compare apples and oranges.
No, so what you're telling me though is that ultimately you're accepting bad play as a norm when you're watching your sport just to make it better. Like, okay, I have to accept this bad play because this is just how this sport is. Has this kind of bad play. Like, you understand it's bad play. Bad play is bad play.
But it's not bad play. First of all, it's a mismatch. Listen, just because I come here and we get on the court, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Okay, it's bad. It's bad sporting. Like these are these mismatches.
Not bad sporting. That don't mean you played bad. That means you just wasn't good as me.
None of those games are. But see, those games aren't exciting to see.
If I come in and say, "Hey, MyT, come in," you know what I'm saying? I'm about to hoop you. I'm 7 foot, and I'm running 4.340, and I just whoop. That don't mean you played bad. I mean, you just was outmatched.
So what was exciting about that game? What was more exciting about that game over watching actually professionals do that?
Game is that game for the small school, they getting probably $300,000 for playing you for your tune.
Oh, it's like it's $1 million. It's $1 million now, easy. It's $1 million minimum.
Whatever. But you get my point. You get my point. So it don't even have to happen really. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just. But it ain't like that when you.
Okay, no. I understand how it works for the school. What I'm telling you now, as the casual fan coming in to watch this random college game, I have a 50-point blowout in the first quarter. Why am I staying here for? And now there's nobody. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. And this is the norm.
I get that.
It isn't the outlier.
People leaving droves in the NFL.
No. No.
Watch their shitty team play.
But this is what I'm telling you, that this was the norm. This is the norm until they have their 5 games or their 3-4 games against one of those top 35 teams, and then maybe they're lucky if one or two of those games are close. Maybe. I'm telling you, see, you go. What I hear you saying that there's a lot of stuff that you accept in college sports that you wouldn't accept in your professional sports.
No, I'm not saying that. I never nobody said that. First of all, if I know that the Browns is about to play the Jets, I'm coming to that game at the second half. Because I know I'm expecting us to win, especially, or if I know the Patriots, I'm a Patriots fan, we about to play fucking Washington Redskins. I'm not excited to watch that game like I would be if it was the Miami Dolphins or the Buffalo Bills. It's just I might not even watch that game. I might go do something. I might go to the Walmart. You know what I'm saying? So it happens. It doesn't matter. It happens. Like, that's just natural. Like, I don't want to watch no shitty game, but that's not every single game. You know what I'm saying? You acting like that's every single game. That's maybe one, 2 games out of the year. That'll get that ridiculous.
No, it was. Listen.
Now, by halftime, it may get that ridiculous for like 8 games. Depending on how good your team is, but everybody's team ain't in the top 25 though. And so sometimes you watch it every game, even the small ones, because Minnesota meets, you know what I'm saying, Northern Illinois.
But the thing about
that's going to be a game.
Nobody is a fan of those teams that don't matter. See, that's the thing about it. That's odd, right?
They are. What are you talking about?
No. Listen, unless you go to those areas, right, and where damn near everybody in a 100-mile radius all go to that school. Like those schools that you're talking about, those little schools that don't matter. Nobody that watches college sports are a fan of any of those schools. That not in the top 30. Everybody. That's why I call you all front runners.
Alumni of that school. If I go to that school, bro, have you ever been to a college game? They coming out just because it's Ohio State. Ohio State, they're coming out in droves just to see their butt gets whooped.
Listen, I get it. That's when you go to that school.
Be live.
That's when you go. Like I said, you're making my point. When you go to that school, when you're from the area, yes. But for these people that haven't gone to school or haven't gone anything, and they just like college sports, they don't pick up on they don't go root for the Colgates. They don't go root for for the Virginia Techs or the Boise
Right.
States. No,
I get
everybody's a
that.
front
I get
runner.
that.
Everybody's a front runner. Every single person that goes to watch
No,
college
that
sports,
don't mean you're a front runner because you vote. Could you root for your state school?
everybody
Your state school is
that
not like
watches college
going to root
sports.
for USC.
No, listen. Everybody that watches college sports, right? This is everybody. When I say everybody, I'm talking about the majority of people. Go to talk to them at the
You
bar.
look, you root for Miami. Don't
Go
you?
talk-
You root for Miami
go
because
talk
of
to-
LeBron James.
Go talk to the
You
bar.
remember that?
I never root for Miami.
Yeah, because of LeBron James.
But I've
You
never
for Miami.
root for Miami. Period. Ever.
And now you root for the Lakers because of LeBron James.
Some people don't like that.
No, that's what you do though.
No,
So
I've never rooted for the. Stop it right now. You fabricated shit. I've never rooted for the Heat ever. Never rooted for LeBron
you
James.
root for the Lakers.
I rooted for LeBron James.
You live in Miami, so you like Jimmy Butler and LeBron. So you wanted them to come together.
Never-
But they didn't happen. But you remember when you D Wade was there and you rooted for Miami? Or you
No.
definitely rooted for Miami.
Whoa, I never rooted for Miami ever. Never
You're
rooted,
front runner.
never rooted for LeBron James. Nope, that's not me. Sorry.
You told
Knicks fan.
You said you wasn't a Jets fan no more. And they got Saquon Barkley, and you gonna switch over to the Giants as a front runner.
I never switched over to the Giants because of Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley was injured when I switched over to the Giants. I switched over to the Giants because the
You're
Jets
a front
owner,
runner, man.
the Jets owner was being accused of racial and sexist insensitivity.
Which is not a reason.
Oh, that's
Not a valid reason.
That's a 100% reason to not want to root for somebody.
Bro, stop the game. Listen, it's not a valid reason, bro.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not.
If
It's
you find that,
full of bullshit.
well, if I
mean,
find
you
that
wanna
out,
listen-
if I find out about any of my teams, I'm not rooting for them anymore.
Start watching the NFL today, then. Just go into a hole, start watching it.
Trust me. I say this, but chill, Will. Chill, Will.
Racist.
You've heard me say this all the time. Every single day that the NFL makes it harder for me to watch. I find them to be a despicable league. If I didn't have a sports podcast, I probably wouldn't even watch them as much as I did. I probably stopped watching them
That's
already.
no excuse.
Actually,
That's the WNBA.
if
There's
I
no
didn't
excuse.
have a
There's no
podcast,
excuse.
I
See?
probably really wouldn't watch football. Actually, I probably wouldn't go to. If it wasn't for hanging out with my friends, I probably wouldn't be invested in football.
You're full of shit.
Football makes it. I say this.
You're full of shit.
Chill,
You
Will. I
love
say this
football.
all the time. Football
You
makes
love
it really
football.
hard for me to watch it. The NFL makes it hard
But
for
you
me to
still
watch them.
watch it. But you still turn it on every single fucking week, and you're using your podcast as an excuse. That's fine, but you still turn
Okay.
it on every week.
So listen, I'll start watching AEW then, or whatever that other league, AFL, and we'll talk about that.
And
but
the
also I'm trying to
a WNBA and the WNBA,
I talk about the WNBA all the time.
and see how long your podcast lasts, right?
My
And so
pod-
you turn it on anyway.
Listen, my
So,
podcast will still
for
last
the
3
matter of
hours if all I
content,
did
you
was talk to
sell it
them.
out.
If I
And you a sellout, like LeBron when he moved teams. You a sellout. You
stop
sell
it
out
right
to
now.
the
You
podcast.
trying to trigger me.
You're a
Stop it
front
right
runner.
now.
You're a front runner, bro.
Listen,
You're
you're trying to
front
compare
runner.
me to all these people that only like the top 30 teams in college sports. I get it.
Despicable.
But go to the bar.
It's
Go to
despicable.
go
You're
to
a
the
front
bar.
runner, bro.
Go to the bar and start asking all those people who you a fan of, who you a fan of, who you a fan of. And I guarantee you 90% of them are going to talk about the top 30, 35 teams in the league and thing. No, I find it ironic that 90% of the people like the top 30 teams in the league, and that's it. Nobody likes a regular team. If they're not one of those top 30, 90% of the people don't like them. They're all front runners.
Team for years.
But no, you're Ohio State. You guys are built. You guys see like you're from there. And you
abnormal team, the worst team in the league for years.
that's professional sports. In college, everybody's a front
what
runner.
type of
See, that's
fans
no.
are
See,
fans?
no. See, no. See, that's what I say. That's why I call people fugazi in college, because in their professional sports they function under different rules. See, and when you get to the professional level, people go through. People will root for their team the whole entire time they suck, and people like the sucky teams. People like the teams that nobody knows about. People actually are fans of those teams that aren't actually just from that area.
Cincinnati hasn't won nothing. I'm a fan.
Okay.
I'm always a fan. So
You're from Ohio. I understand that. That makes sense.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They-
So what's the point of?
That's what I'm saying.
So what's
whether
the-
they winning or not? You typically root for your state school if you're a
No,
fan.
what's the point of somebody from New York being a University of Miami fan, or being a Duke fan, or being you understand?
You're a front runner.
Okay, then that's the majority of college fans. Because I'm down here in Florida. I'm not meeting people from Kentucky. I'm not meeting people from Georgia. I'm not meeting, but I have all of these fan bases. Have these motherfuckers talk to people that didn't even.
I'm just pissed off because you trying to separate yourself from the front runners.
No, because I'm definitely different than front runners. You got they definitely are front runners. Oh, you guys are front runners. Stop playing with me right now.
No, you in this?
When have I've never
number one front
when have I
runner.
front runs? You're being facetious, but when have I ever honestly ever been a front runner on anything?
What, Miami? You rooted for Miami when they won them rings. You were partying in the streets like everybody else.
See,
Drinking beer in bars.
you're telling a lie. You you don't know this for fact, and anybody that knows me, they hear you saying this, and they know you're lying. See, that's the thing about it. You're like, I'm hearing you talk.
It's a tape.
I'm hearing you talk.
There's a tape out there.
But
there's a tape
speak
out
to
there when
nah,
you at a barbecue
Nope.
with a
Nope.
Dwayne Wade jersey
Never,
on, drinking
ever,
like White
ever,
Claws.
ever.
You pounding back White Claws.
So good.
White
Okay.
Claw
So
after White Claw.
let's move past that point, because that's a complete bull-faced lie. Nobody that knows me would ever believe you if you ever said that to their face. Let's move on. Let's go to the next thing. How am I front running another one?
You're front runner because you just said that oh no, we don't only watch what did you say? We only watch when your fucking team is in the top 25.
No, they only watch
And
the top
you
25,
did
the top 30 teams. 90% of college football fans only watch the top 30 teams. Go to your local.
The NFL only watch the top teams anyway.
No, they watch all 32 teams.
No, they don't. No, you're not watching the fucking outside of just having ass. You're not watching Detroit Lions football. You're not, bro. You watching the playoffs. You tune into the MLB or
No, but see,
when the playoffs come on.
they're there and they're
Or
watching
NFL,
all those
you
games.
watching all the
Go to your bar.
watching
They're
all
paying
the
attention to
playoff
all those games.
That's all the good teams playing. You more tuned into those games.
No, you are more tuned
You may
into
miss
your
a
regular
couple
games,
of regular
but
season games.
you still watch.
you're more tuned in,
But you
so
still
wanna
watch all of
the
these
better
all of
teams.
these other games. Like I said, 90% of the fans out there. And listen, half of them
Because
didn't
you
go to
like
college.
competition.
And half of them didn't even go to college, right?
Like-
So go talk. So damn near 98,
So now you
99.
down to the people now.
So now
you down to
99% of the people that didn't even go to college are only fans of the top 30 teams. Like they picked some of the best teams that they wish they could have went to, and that's who they're a fan of.
Okay, so you ain't a lot of people ain't playing football that root for football. What they got to do is
That's
that.
something different. When you get to the professional level, that's something different.
How is that different?
And like I said,
Did you try to make a correlation between?
And then, like I said, people
Yeah.
accept different things, and you guys have proven it. You accept different standards for what you accept for your professional sports. I gotta get going, so it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
All right, bro.
We all going around in circles on this point, but listen, and that wasn't even what I was trying to talk about here. Like, yeah, you over here pulled me all the way into the college sports, and we was just talking about a couple of coaching stuff. We talked about a little bit of WNBA, and then here we had to talk about all the Fugazi college fans out there. Like we wasn't even trying to go
You a
that
front
first.
runner though. I'm just trying to let you know you a fucking front runner. Just
never
like
been a front
everybody
runner.
else.
Never been a front
You're
runner.
full of shit, man.
Now I'm gonna tell you this. I will tell you this. I am a front runner when it also comes to college sports, because when it comes to college football, I'm basically like everybody, because that's the only way to watch. Like honestly, like that's all everybody cares about. So I only talk about the things that people care about. And those are the top 30 teams, and that's how I've also grown to watch as well too.
You a victim of the same thing you tell people that they do it in a
Well,
different way.
Well, I am a
front
victim of
runner.
it. I'm a victim of people. So see, people are actively front runners.
Well,
I am a
utilize
I am a victim of the
same
system.
philosophy in your podcasting world.
I am a victim of the system
makes you
that
a
forces
front
me
runner.
to only watch it. And also, I'm
You
only
don't
watching
talk
it.
About rugby. You don't talk about rugby. You don't talk about cricket. You don't talk about fucking synchronized swimming. You don't talk about fucking the javelin throw.
No, I talk about
I
talk about the most popular
Olympic
sports.
walking, fast walking.
No, I talk about the most popular sports.
Talk about sumo wrestling.
No, I talk about the most popular sports
so
in
you're front runner
in American society.
Okay,
which is the NBA, the WNBA, the WTA.
You don't talk about girls soccer. You don't talk about volleyball. You don't talk about women's tennis often. You don't talk about fucking golf. You understand?
Yeah, I don't
You're
talk
front runner.
Well, listen, I don't talk about golf because that's personal. I just don't watch enough golf. But if I watch golf, I would talk golf.
Whatever, you don't talk about it.
I would talk more golf if I talked golf.
All the sports that everybody else watches.
But also,
but
more importantly, let's not even like twist that, because I'm not gonna let you roll with that narrative. I talk about the sports that I love. Because I talk about
are the sports everybody else loves.
I talk about basketball. No, I talk about basketball because that's what I grew up playing. I talk about football, same exact thing.
Professional wrestling.
I talk about wrestling.
Front runner.
Exactly. But what are you talking about? I'm in the wrestling world. I'm a ring announcer for a wrestling organization.
So I get it. Just you're a front runner.
But again, I talk about the things I grew up loving. I grew up loving wrestling. I talk about that. That's not front running. I talk about what I love.
What? So I grew up with my team watching Ohio State. That's not front running.
See, you're from Ohio. You live in Ohio. You are everything OHIO. Now, if you were an Alabama fan, I will call you a front runner. I have people from here, I have people down here in South Florida that have not attended one semester of class, that are all Alabama fans, that are all Georgia fans, that are all Ohio State fans, and they have never stepped one foot on their campus ever, or any campus ever. Okay then. See, I'm not talking about regional love for your team. There are enough people in the region to love Ohio State. You guys are different. The people down here in South Florida that love University of Miami, that is different. I'm not talking about them. The people that are from Alabama, that love Alabama, that are all Roll Tide, all Auburn. I'm not talking about them. You are from that area. You are not a front runner. I am talking about the average person that has no affiliations to any college, that goes out and just watches college sport. All they do is watch these top 30 teams. They latch on to one of the best teams out there, and that's who they root for. That's all they watch, and that's all they know, and that's even if they know that. The 90% of college fans out there are only fans of the top 30 teams. You ask them about any of those other teams, they don't know anything about it. They don't even watch those other games. They won't watch. They're not watching Colgate take on Crest. The only time they really care to watch it is Alabama versus Georgia, Alabama versus Ohio, Alabama versus Clemson. They barely care about Alabama versus Boise State. They barely care about Alabama versus the Ducks.
Man,
Oregon.
I ain't got nothing to do with fandom.
I get it.
You don't want to watch no shitty games. You just watch the good games, which is anybody wants to do. Or good games.
No, because listen, there's some sports, if you like them, you kind of able to watch all games. It doesn't matter. You don't skip them. I don't have to skip.
It doesn't matter, bro. You full of shit. You're not watching fucking. You're not watching fucking the Heineken versus fucking Trubisky.
But you see, the thing about it, I do chill, bro. Like that game will go on in the background eventually, sometime in the week. Now, in my order of watching those games, that may be one of the games that I watched last, because that may be a game that I may not even get a chance to talk about, because it may not have enough interesting things that even happen. And also, you know what happens a lot of times too? When there is something that interesting happens in that kind of game, you know what ends up happening? You guys may be like, man, nobody wants to hear about these two teams. Man, these two teams suck. Man, I'm like, oh, come on. That doesn't mean that they can't do great things.
Okay, sure.
See, you trying to misrepresent me here, just because the whole entire college football organization is fugazi. This is I don't have my season pass yet, but I'm getting my season pass for the WNBA this Friday. Again, I'll be watching all of their games after that because it's too easy for me to put on one game after another after another.
Your season pass, you know why? Because it's cheap.
What's that?
It's cheap because they suck.
Well, I've bought the season pass for the NBA before. I've bought the season pass for NFL before. I've bought them all before. I haven't done it for baseball, but I've bought those other 2 season passes. They're expensive, and I have I have a lot easier way to watch all of their games and not have to worry about that. And I can still catch all the games. Like I said, you have no clue. Like I put on games in the background all the time, and it's gonna be a whole lot easier now because if I'm working from home, that means games are on all the time in the background. Like I said, already in the last 2-3 weeks, I've probably watched more baseball than I think I've watched in the first 6 months. And that's a big part of that too, is because I can watch a baseball game in the middle of the afternoon. But I don't go back and watch a lot of games. I don't go back and watch old Yankee games. I don't go back and watch old Mets games. I whatever games I'm catching live is the games that I'm catching. And right now, the Angels are up 5-0 over the Royals, bottom of the 8th. You forget, I talk about what I love here. I talk wrestling. I talk basketball. Listen, I would talk wrestling way more than I talk football, right? if I had the right engagement or the right individuals here. Like between you and KJ, you guys aren't engaging enough when I talk wrestling. But if I get like individual like the 2 guys from the Lamar show or get Fluffy on here from the Dopish Podcast Network, we could spend an hour talking wrestling. It's also about so it's a little bit of everything. See, I'm not gonna let you get away with misrepresenting me. It's all about what I like, right? And it's also all about what I can talk about with the individual that I have in the room or have with me at the time. I tailor it to what you guys are able to talk about. And then sometimes I just tease you guys with stuff that I know you're not going to be able to talk about, but I know that I love, like women's tennis and the WNBA. Which I talk about both of those more than I talk about college basketball and football. Because I like it. I like them more than I like college basketball and football.
Well, we gonna see.
See what? See, I'm gonna tell you what's actually the best thing now is that I'm working from home, so that now at any point in time, whatever's going on, I can put Wimbledon on in the background. I probably won't be putting any golf on in the background. Like that'll probably be the very last thing. I'll probably replay. I'll probably end up rewatching the NBA finals. That's also the reason I can tell you how much I love basketball, because I'm watching the NBA finals more than I'm watching anything else. But also, I also know I need to find out how to get to the Big 3 tournament because I need to watch that as well. Right, but I also never really know how to watch them or when they're coming on. Their schedule is hard as fuck to find. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna look them up and I'm gonna see if I can sync their schedule to my Google. So I've done that for the Mets already, but not even the professional Mets. I did it for the St. Lucie Mets when I was working up there with them. That's their single A team. Yeah, their schedule is hard as shit to keep a whole track of. And then, like I said, I'm about to have my WNBA subscription soon. I can't wait, and I'm so happy they listened to me, because their subscription used to be, what was it, $14.99? How much was it? No. How much was it? $16.99, I think it was. And I told them, listen. Because it was hard to watch it there as well, because you only could watch it on your phone, your tablet, or on your laptop or computer. They didn't have a way to watch it on any kind of television smart device or any like Amazon or Apple smart devices. They didn't have them on there, and that shit used to piss me off. Cause that means like when you watch, I shouldn't say piss me off. All that really meant is that when I was watching, I was forced to watch because I couldn't do shit on my phone. I basically have to like lock it into my phone and stream my phone to my fucking TV. But now they have it. Now they have it where they have it on all Android devices. So I'm like, now finally I can get it on the big screen TV regularly and not have to worry about anything, and get other shit going. Cause that's just the one. And I was writing to them. I wrote to them a couple of times. I'd be like, yo, for $8 more, I have no problem paying. I was like, oh, if you guys get it on Android and thing, I have no problem paying $8 more for a subscription for the year. Because what's $25 for a whole year? For a whole entire season. I wish more seasons were $25 for a whole year. If I could find a way to watch some certain things for $25 for the whole year, I'll pay for that money for a whole entire league. The NBA shit's expensive though, and I miss their old packages. Like they used to have these old packages where you can pick your 5 favorite teams, and I forgot how cheap it was. It was super cheap too, but you could pick your 5 favorite teams and buy a package for that. And I used to love those packages because obviously, like after you pick, I always used to pick the Knicks, obviously, right? I picked one team out of every division to watch, except for the Southwest division or Southeast division, because I lived in South Florida. There was no reason for me to pick a team to watch from Southeast division where all I had to do was watch Miami Heat games, and I can basically get everything from this region out of the way. See, that's when I developed the system where I used to follow one other really good team. So I used to pick my Knicks, and then follow probably like one good team, and then my other 3 teams were usually like bum ass teams or teams with young developing players. So yeah, I think Kyrie Irving's second season. I think I watched the whole entire his second season because he didn't play his first season, or he wasn't available his whole entire first season. And I remember that shit. I was like, oh no, I'm not going to pick Cleveland as one of my teams if the guy that I'm trying to watch isn't going to be there for the first half of the season. Like, it's going to be hard enough to watch them anyway. And I think that year, was that the same year Damian Lillard came out? I think I chose Portland because of that reason. And that's how I caught Damian Lillard's rookie year. So I was like, I don't even front one when I pick NBA teams to watch, like or draft picks to watch. I don't even like watching I don't even like picking like one of the top 3 picks to watch. To be honest with you, when I'm watching most young players, because I feel like this. But you know what? Also though, that's also when I had regular TV. Because I always used to feel like they're gonna give me enough airtime of these guys where I don't have to really go out of my way too much to really watch them. I'm gonna have to find 3 other guys that I really want to watch. And that was different. I have to rethink this, because regardless of who I watch, I have to go out of my way to watch them. I don't have any easy way to watch TV. I may look into a TV plan. So I realize more than anything now, you don't need equipment in your house anymore. And now I finally have basically wireless TV. I think it's time to finally get a TV package. I be missing ESPN. I ain't gonna lie. I miss an easy way to watch everything on ESPN. Alright, folks. I'm gonna get out of here. It's officially 106, and I need to be up in 5, maybe 6 hours if I sleep in. Well, I also gotta get this podcast uploaded. I appreciate you guys again listening to the podcast. It's the MyT Sports Podcast. We're officially out here. I want to thank Chill Will for joining us. Chill Will, again, tell them how to find you.
Chill Will _CLE Instagram, man. Hit me up. It's your boy. Holla. And man, how about those Yankees, man? Go for another out.
Yeah, they did. Oh, they pull out that win today. I was happy. Because they lost yesterday. But they were able to get that win. We caught that shit live. We caught that shit live.
The Guardians, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure this shit out.
The what?
The Guardians.
The
Guardians win.
The Washington. What is it? Oh, wait. Who's the Guardians? That's what. That's. Damn it. Was that Indiana? No, that's Washington. Wait. Washington Commanders. Who the fuck are the. Who had to change the name to the Guardians?
best of MyT Sports.
because they're irrelevant, and then they had to change their name to the who was it? St. Louis?
That ain't relevant.
No, they're not. I know they're not. Was it St. Louis Guardians?
Trying to play no.
What was Washington's? No, because Washington used to be the Washington. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's Washington.
Both.
Washington.
This Washington team too. Both Washington teams had to change their name.
Both Washington teams.
God damn, Washington is fucking up.
What Washington used to be?
I don't know. They weren't always the Guardians.
Best of MyT Sports.
I can't remember. No, I'm gonna tell you because it's already out of my head. They were the Indians, right? Or no, that's the Cleveland Indians. Oh, Cleveland changed their name to the Guardians. Cleveland Guardians. Wait, what did you guys change your names to?
Oh, it's Washington.
I know everybody had to change their names, and because also the Washington Redskins, they changed their names to the Commanders. And now every time I talk about them, I can't help but say WC because WC to me stands for water closet. I was like, how you just change your name to water closet? And their owner's a piece of shit. But we'll talk about that. All right, folks. Maybe an hour podcast on Friday, but definitely we'll be back on Monday. We'll see if we can try to get ourselves a guest in-house for the Monday podcast. We'll start working on that. And look, we're running out of time on everywhere. Instagram is running out of time. We're running out of time here on Podbean. We're running out of time everywhere. Damn, Instagram is running out of time? Have I been on that long? Instagram never runs out of time. Shit. All right, folks. We out of here. Protect your neck. And continue to catch a wave that never subsides, but also continue to transform yourself into the kind of individual that you would want to work for you. We out of here.
Wash your ass. Open your ass cheeks when you're in the shower.
I don't even...
Bend over.
Sorry.
Bend over.
I tried.
Get a bidet.
Honest.
That just works.
All the bandwidth in the world
Hold
couldn't
it
keep
for
me
2 minutes.
contained.
This is perfect timing.
lag,
This basketball game's about to be finished.
Lag.
We're a minute 30 left in the game.
Gonna share my talents with Podbean Live.
I think the Warriors got this one.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna pull it off.
Just a lot later than a lot of listeners thought.
Ooh,
Last of the real gap.
No, the Golden State Warriors. I think they're gonna pull it off.
Maybe not the last. Munchkin got good, Mike.
I'm watching that game again.
New.
I'm telling you,
Improved.
as much as I can, I will be watching this game probably all the way through the summer.
Potty down now.
Why?
Cause
Last call for drinks.
I just like basketball,
Oh, it's
and
cool.
ain't no basketball on yet.
Sun's out. Heard the casino got a buffet.
Like I told you, I gotta wait for the big
Don't
three.
wanna go far.
I gotta find them. I gotta find out when the basketball
Wild
tournament is coming on. I have the WNBA.
Tired being.
And then hopefully that can get me through
Tired.
Summer League and the preseason and stuff like that. I'm telling you, basketball is my shit, man. I like basketball is the one thing that I need to watch. I need to watch. That's like out of everything else, that's my sport more than anything else. Is I can watch basketball on all levels. I prefer that it's most professional level, but I can watch. That's the one sport I can watch on all levels. Now I wasn't always like that. Like, because when I was just first coming out of high school and stuff like that, when it probably would have been like my college years and things like that, I couldn't watch high school and college basketball. I only could watch professional sports at the time. It took me a while to even enjoy what is the college game. Like it was always something I just kind of put on the background, but that's most sports. Like you put it on the background, and let it ride.
Okay, well then, hey, that's it.
And that's how sports was always in my house. Is that no matter what time, I remember my uncle was like that. Like games on in the background, let it ride. After you've watched your morning cartoons, after a certain amount of time, sports are gonna be on. Leave me the fuck alone. So like morning cartoons ended like at 12. After that, it was like bam. You guys can go use one of those old TVs and see if you can get the Cartoon Network in green. Alright, let me get out of here. Let me stop rambling. Chill, Will. Appreciate you joining again. I gotta get to bed. I gotta eat dinner.
Peace.
I don't even know. I'm all over the place. We out here. Where's my curtain at? Can I get my curtain call? Skirt, 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 skirt.